some days, there comes the Ugemobo festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Oṣòdì aṣáájú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Àyàbá sọ́kè ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Àlàyé àtọ́kè ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀túwà.
Omonyoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Isoton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, a priest assigned to the Immortan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Waya bota now. Ugi bota we say niwa. Ere na ya fere bahabe uza no gbera. Magwa kan ehun. Mana terun wa dole wo na yi. Sorobo no gla owo. Ma ya fere na nirun. Na ma la o da o. Owo wa ri ma. Owe ewo idun ni ma ye. Ewo ni ma na nirun. Eni ma nirun je no sorobo la no ge ase ni ma ya fere. Ọba atọpẹ ṣe ẹniwọn ẹdẹ náà na mara ma agwa kan ihe wo ihe bi ha kinewo wo kine owa ni ma ye ihe sọba na gihe mu maria iru ni ma na no ya na ọgbọ egwa ye me na de na ọdẹ wọn go tẹmẹ Victor Bizugbe
ẹdẹ náà wo wà dẹdẹ wo sẹmu wàhálà bí tó àti kẹpẹ tí wọn wà ní wàá gbẹ ọkọtọ ní wàá dàn hẹ ẹrin nà hẹ gbọn ahun dáná tẹrẹ mọ.
Wẹ́rẹ́ àwọn ẹ̀rọ ló yá àárọ̀ mi ló yá lòdẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
Iṣẹ́ ọ̀rẹ́dẹ̀ wa ọ̀tẹ̀ ẹ̀ pásítọ̀ ọ̀hún lámúrè.
Ìwé ẹ̀dùnọ́gùn mi wà bí ẹni ẹ̀ka yìí fún ìgbésọ̀ ọba gọ̀ọ́yàrọ̀ wà bí dàn yọ̀ ọ̀sà ọba ẹ̀gì màmí òkú yẹn rè gbé o ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
Iṣẹ́ ìyẹn mẹ ọ̀sà ọba sẹ́yìn jẹ́ inú yẹ o n'ọ̀rẹ́ ẹ̀dọ̀ba yọ̀ ọ̀ká ọ̀rẹ́dọ̀ yà fẹ́ ẹ̀ náà bẹ̀ ọ̀ká ẹ̀gbọ́n ibẹ̀ yà fẹ́ mẹ̀rẹ́gì òtún wà yà sábàánù la ọ̀nà mọ́kù yẹn rìnà ẹ̀dọ́ ya fẹ́ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ ẹ̀tọ́ ẹ̀nìyàn ìhẹ́ ìrìnàkí ìmọ̀ ẹ̀ wọ́n ní ẹ̀bùtẹ̀ kọ́s ẹ̀ ma ẹ̀ nà tiẹ̀ n'obi ọ̀hún ẹ̀ nà tiẹ̀ n'ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀ nà gúvẹ́ ẹ̀ nà tamọ̀ ya tiẹ̀ yọ gbẹ̀lúwẹ̀ náà ẹ̀ wọ̀ wẹ̀rẹ̀ ni wọ́n náà ya tiẹ̀ yọ ìhẹ́ ni ọ̀rìà ni. Ihe dọ̀lì mi yìí yìí sọpọ̀ àwọn ewé kìíní yẹn náà dọ̀lì mi yìí nùdá wọ̀ ẹ̀mú yẹn yìí mi nà ọ̀ma yẹ yọ̀bọ̀ kàn ẹ́ ọ̀hán jọ̀ wọ́n ríra ẹ́ ọ̀hán jọ̀ wọ́n amú ẹ́ ọ̀dọ̀lẹ̀ yìí wọ́n èrè
Àkàbọ̀.
Kìíní yẹn náà dọ̀lì mi yìí nìyí wọ̀ ẹ̀yà rí ẹ́ ẹ̀nì náà nyá ẹ̀ mọ́ra rí ẹ̀ wọ́n ẹ̀ ihe ni ọgbọ̀ wá ni níwọ̀n ọ̀tẹ̀wọ̀n Victor Bizugbe ihe wọ̀ yé ẹ̀ ẹ̀nà nọ̀ra ẹ̀nà tiẹ̀ yẹ wọ̀ nọ̀ra.
Ihe na tie yẹ wò ugbe wọn nẹgbọn lọwọ ihe agbada nọ mọ níva nọ ọ̀rọ̀ àgbèwò bọ́ náà ọ̀rọ̀ ìgbèwò bọ́ náà pa tó pa ihe ẹ̀yìn nọ mọ yìí gbé vi ọ ihe kẹ̀kẹ́ bẹ bọ̀ ọ̀pá yẹn àhín tí yẹn aju fi hàn èmi ìgbà sọ̀nà ma ó tì hàn yọ wàá rúdà ẹ̀kú tì hàn yẹ mi no mi ya yẹ miẹwẹ èmi ni o bọ mo abe he ẹrọ èmi na ọwọ ẹ o kàkà bọ yìí bọ da yìí ihe ọwọ àwọn èmi nà ọbùn má miẹwẹ ẹwọ náà má hẹhẹ èmi náà yẹ náà dé ọmọ náà dàgbẹ dọ̀wọ̀n náà rótó tèmi nánà àti hẹ yọ òwò ọmọ náà hẹhẹ ọ náà yẹ náà ó lígílígílígí àrótó tọ́nu nánà àti hẹ yọ. Ewo na ayeke ihe awe muladia we ewo na we na na ga hie na ga hiusi na ga temu ni giro toto ason ya yaro avan yaro do wo bi amase ti awe amu yo ma we obo ati he yo e ba ni he na so agbo ma dole mi iyi so kwa awon na we na ga gien ari vio emi nu we u ne abebi kunuru we ugwo ori no usie gburuwa ayamu ihere okeke oho ema ihe ni gari ologo owu awo mi oyi ya ye temtem ya awulo popo hu ni ihe na tie ni ehin ya ro no ya ra na ya kokin ya ni ogbin ya ni
osi
ọba àtọpẹ
iṣẹ́ màyébù wẹdì ọtẹrẹ pásọ ìhẹ mẹẹwẹ zẹbẹ ọhún sàlóbọà èmi ló mú mẹ wẹ ya gbani ìhẹ nọ nàtẹ bible ìhẹ náà sọ ẹ ẹrọ gbèsòní àárẹ court àìfi ògùn dàdí àbẹ ọwẹ ìbábọ àbẹ ọhún yẹn fẹ bá pé àgbẹ ọgbẹsọ múdà edigun ọpa wúwẹ bible ìyẹn lórí bible ẹyẹ nọ ọtẹ kọyọ.
dọ́mọ̀nà wà tọ́ pẹ́ ẹ̀dùnú pẹ́ o òun tàgẹ́ ìmàgbọ́n kan nù dàbí ìmọ̀ náà ìyẹn kéwẹ́ ọ̀rìàkì nà mìẹ́ ìrìàkì nà mìẹ́ bí iye kẹ́ òhọ́ nà tiẹ̀ repercussion n'oye ọlọ́wọ́ ma n'olele ukọ̀hìá nùdá wà nyise àfihàn gbé lélẹ̀ wà wọ́ ìyẹn lélẹ̀ ẹ̀bẹ̀ náà sàlọ́bọ̀ náà kà búwé bínú wọn ẹ̀wẹ̀ ìyẹn rí yóò tọ̀ àrọ́ kẹwù wẹ̀ zọ́pá èrè àfihàn gbé wèrò tọ̀ àfihàn gbé kèmí yẹn wẹ̀ zọ́pá wà wẹ̀mí yẹn umi yẹn wà wẹ̀mí èrùn èmi àfihàn gbé wẹ̀mí àfihàn gbé bẹ́ẹ̀ rí máa tábà bèbí náà wọn ó sàlọ́bọ̀ ayé àgbọ̀n náà yẹ òun ẹ̀ ìyẹn ilé lè yá fẹ́ nàti ten commandment nà ilé ọ̀rí gbéni nọ̀rọ̀ ìyẹn ọ̀rá òkè kẹ́ thou shalt not kill ùràrí kì ní ọ̀nì ùrí ẹ̀ àbíyẹ òkè kẹ́ ẹ̀ ma bí nà tí mẹ́ka ẹ̀ bá nà ká ẹ̀wẹ̀ èmi náà kọ́ àárọ̀ àyẹ̀sọ̀ ẹ̀mí wọn àkọ́rọ̀ ẹ̀ èmi náà yóò bọ̀ mà kọ́ àárọ̀ wà kèmí yẹn ètè ẹgbọ́n ọma ọ̀dẹ́nàdó zọrì ẹgbọ́n ọma wà lélu ọ̀bọ̀ ni ọ̀yẹ́wì nà gẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀nu ta ẹ̀bá gẹ̀ nọ̀tọ̀lọ̀mọ̀ ẹgbẹ́. ìrèpè wà á fi ewu gbó wọn á fi ìrì èso wọn bá náà kàn wọ́n yà tún un mu wọn èyí ìrèpè ọ̀rẹ́ wa ọ̀bẹ bọ́mẹ̀ nyàwẹ́ ọ̀bọ̀ náà ẹ̀bẹ̀ tọ̀ lọ wẹ́ ẹ̀bẹ̀ bọ́ ẹ̀rẹ́ mi sùnú dàwẹ́ ọsì kan mú ẹnẹ èrìyẹ mi ìyẹn kì ọ ẹsẹ pọ yẹn lè gbé fìyà ọwọ kẹ wẹwọn wẹ tọ lọ anọ wẹ yà tọ lọ ẹnu yà ewu egbe ya nẹ ìwìnàrẹ nẹ egbe yà tọ lọ wà nẹ ọwọ ni ìyẹn ma amẹfẹ làkọlà wọ ìyẹn ká so àgìrìpá àṣọ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà ìrèpè yà bá èyà gan sàmọyọ egbe nẹ èrìyẹ mi yẹ kí wẹrẹ àwọn ẹnẹ mi ọsẹ tí yà rí ènìyàn ẹmọ òkèké ẹmà nùdá ìyẹn tọ́síọ̀mà kọ́tọ̀ ìyẹn ọ̀yọ̀mà mìta ìyẹn ọgbọ̀màdínà yìí mi ìyẹn ọ̀síọ̀lọ́gọ̀mà yọ̀mà ẹgbẹ́ lọ́pàá èmi ọ̀pá nàgírí ẹgbẹ́ yẹn ẹ̀mà ní búrọ̀ èmi wẹ̀ lágbèrè àná ọ̀bá ẹ̀gẹ́ mi yẹn nọ nùdá ọ̀sán ọ̀pá ayé mi fẹ́ ẹ̀nẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀wẹ̀ ọ̀ràwẹ̀ ọ̀ràyì orí yẹn nẹ̀ ẹ̀wọ̀ náà ọ̀ràwẹ̀ orí yẹn nẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà bẹ́ẹ̀ ayé wẹ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ náà wáyé ẹgẹ ni kéè náà gbọ tí wọn ẹgẹ ebe yẹn náà bọ̀ mi gbọ́ a wọn náà wọ́n mọ̀ pàmò dẹ́gẹ́ yẹn wọn dà ẹ̀rọ àrò wa yẹrọ wa yẹn kí kíá ọ̀sálówó dùn àná dẹ́gẹ́ yẹ níbi náà pàmò àríyé gbé láyé náà wọn náà tiẹ̀ ẹgẹ kéè ọ̀rí gba òdu wọn náà wẹ̀ ha wọn náà wọ̀ yẹn náà sọ àwọn bá tiẹ̀ wẹ̀ wọn náà wẹ̀ wọn ní akínú wọ wẹ́mi yá wọn náà wọ̀ tún ìwò ní pè náà tiẹ̀ ẹbẹ ọkùnrin yẹn maka gbà ọ̀rẹ́ ẹbẹ yẹn maka wẹ̀ rí ẹ̀ ọ̀bọ yẹ ọ̀rẹ́ dáadọ́ ọkùnrin ọ̀rẹ́ ìyẹn ní ọ̀gbogbo yẹn kí ẹbẹ ìyẹn náà gẹ ọsọ wọn ọ̀nà wẹ yàbọ̀ ẹ̀ka bẹ lọ́dọ̀ pa ọ̀nà wẹ wá wẹ ẹ̀wọ̀n yẹn máa mẹ́rin nìyẹn wẹ ọ̀nà wọ̀ mma ìyẹn wẹ nìyẹn ká máa wẹ ìyẹn ẹnu bàbà ìyẹn dẹnu àdùzà ọ̀nà wẹ ẹ̀sàgìọ̀ tún ẹnu tọ̀ mìíye ọ̀víẹ́ bùnyẹn ká dẹnẹ ọ̀nà wẹ gìyẹn tá màá ọ̀nà wẹ ẹ̀ẹ́bẹ̀ wọ àkìyàn ọ̀nà wẹ ǹda ẹ̀ẹ́bẹ̀ àkpòrú ẹ̀dínlẹ̀ wọ ọ̀nà wẹ ìyẹn rọ̀ ẹ̀dá gbọ̀n rẹ nọ́ọ̀rì mi ọ̀kẹ́ àfihàn ẹ̀kẹ́ ọba wúwe láàmà wá má bẹ láwọ wá wú sàmì náà mà ń wọ má bẹ ń wọ àmì náà kó bọ̀ wẹ́rẹ́ ọ̀nà tìǹ náà di nẹ àbáwọ̀ ẹgbẹ́ mi àdé ké tí a fi ẹ̀dẹ̀ náà yẹn náà ń da ọ̀rí yẹn nẹ ọ̀sánúgbòdo àti yẹn nẹ wà gbọ́n máa wú yàrá yàzígò wú gbẹ́ yẹn mú fúwa o wú gbẹ́ yẹn mú fi ẹsẹ̀ o wẹ́ẹ́gà ọ̀rọ̀ má mi náà dẹ̀rẹ̀ wẹ̀ ìyẹn ni dé ọ̀rọ̀ alọ́rọ̀ má ní ẹ̀mí ẹsẹ̀ ẹ̀ zọ ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
anyway wọ́n dá ẹ̀ màtánà wani gbama wadan matana wano gbera gbiye wadan matana o vara ko o yue akara ni yue abio o gbo wani awono gbo wa we wa o ya ari azen igo umeke na fe umeke na bowa umeke na hin moto ihe nihi ọwa na onye aminu wee ya rie o be tinye we ihe ma won ebedo awebo yaro awebo ni na ya meti ya bege na yo amu wa we aya ti ebo na yo we no fi aye okwa he isago eya ebo ya fe ni redo ima awebo ni no meke na no yo amu wa no so kwa no wo ko we ru mana ze da ya webo una tie keka tie ni oso wa ni gbe ihe ni oso wa ni oso gbe ihe omo wiria ihe owa egene de ben mawe una gbuhun ogede mu yoto o ze ka yebe umunya ekeni ni weze yo ni ihe no owa we na se wona mo wede ni ihe ni gbe okike pe oke wu sopo na ye na ihe ile loweke oweke aru ihe no o even weta una tie no wa na wo ko dawe ihe ni o le lese kinu riase ihe ni wa ima ho na mi ngbeso we e ma ni gba ori ma ni age tie ni ma wa mi na ye na ni ya zere we ne oba ma ye ni awe ejo we awe awo kagele tai yin afi he so pa kagele so yin tie kwaro awo wori eni efe yo eni efe bu veni inu aru odo fie wori ye la to ma gwebo tele yi awe no jon we wo pa ihin to ori ye fie po benu we be hin ma se awe no ma ko se de ye gba o ma da ro ba o ma da ro wo we o la to ma be wa vi osisi ai agun akon ai mi ai ko kuli akwa webo so po we we wo ni o we bo ya ye ekere ni ga vi ese ebobo wede ebode na adowa edolo pe o hun da we emi ni he o yin mata na we ma no ma ri he o te bizugbe ihe
mami na wa gwa na ihe na wa ha na asubo ye gbe ihe oyere no ha mo ma gbe ye fi igbera wu nebute SSS o da we yinu we hu da e ma so wa re wo o wi atuba gbebo mu eyele we ni ra ri to ya atubero wa mu ogbe ori wa o ga kian so pon le ni amana ra we ya amana du o yihu da we etigu we ara mewe ya ma we ropo na gbin aberi o we na ba ya ogi asin de mi na ya sin ka ni gbin ya ti hen mara gele we na ni mari o ya yi na o ya ti hen yo mami ihe ona be mu eyo we negi o ma we eri gbera ekenu pe ise o to na we 50 by 100 we wo pa wa ọmọ be roruwa uya mu 100 by 100 or 150 uya mu no nya nu we fi obo yi ni se ti go esin hu digo ego ebi no kan ya ki eke ori he o ti he no ori oni no kan abe ho no gwa lo ma no wa be mi ku ni e kan si eyo wa we ga ti e ogwa le mi ami ewo won gbege awe no de o eze po ye wo kokko ilukuluku gbodo akun egbemu okun egbemu nu we ihe ni oroyo egbene o ga fe pe yen do kin o kin adu we ya ere o ma na te o ze pe awe ye ti ladan wo wa hu da be mi ku no ru ihe oyo egbene o ma ko ma no we mi no ma ai be okeka we be no aye awe me ne ga ya bo won adogun na yimia ara yimia abese ti be kihe gburi egbe ba edo yimia yo ne bowe no re be no ho awe u ya confess why make a confessional statement ya mi eku masalobua osabo yabo we eri obe ye o ma no we ni ihe na oyo wa ni la egbe ni ona do mi ekwe ona kieguri egbebo awe se ha o we fo egbere hu do ni o ke ni ma yo bo wo we ya le ni he ma ke ni ma de ye gbegbe hu da e na ye gbevio igba no e le gbewi o ma ko wa no ga we sarieti ni o ma wu ya ri awo o wu ya dole wo yi e tinari enu we na ya dole wo yi ihe wa esike edugboru we ye ara owo mo na wa bebi ku una fi aito una ari ya webo e we ri ropa so pan o wa ni na fi gbogbo yi do ne ra o na samo go ba meze awe ho kankan we ri on gbe iguma gbe kankan ihe kan na we gbe oba atokpe
ihe magwaka ni wa we no da hi mana we fioboyo gbido urie ni eso na owu e urie ge owu we mu la wa uduro mu ya no wa no nya na aso a o ya ri amami wa we ebode uda ihe ofian utome ona te so mi pi ya gboso wa wo owu kigbesi ya gboso no imanibu yan wa pa ma ka wo yan gbele yan o but ni bu wo yan fi obo yido o yan ro no ma keke eduna iye ewino emi he e na mi we ni wa egenede ka sunu yo via sunu yo kwa eba sunu ye bonibu ti ya mu e na mi we o ma ro ho wa gele ya ti ani yemi ọmọ náà wé mi ní iye náà fẹ́ owó wárọ̀ lọ́wọ́ ìmọ̀ náà dò máa rí okó ayàbí yẹn ọ ní ìmọ̀nìyàn mẹ́ àwòrán mẹ́yà ọ fi yẹn gbèsò ọwọ́ kò náà ọwọ́ ẹ̀ ọ̀fẹ́ owó ẹ̀yọ̀ ha ọwọ́ yẹn má fi owó ẹ̀yọ̀ ha ẹ̀wọ̀ ẹ̀dọ̀ fi yẹn ẹ̀sọ̀ owó ẹ̀yẹn yẹn gẹ́lẹ́ fi owó ẹ̀yọ̀ ha àwìdò wẹ́ bẹ̀rẹ̀ rà mẹ́wẹ́ èmi ni má ọmọ àrùn wa funda ọmọ no be ki ladia ile no nya wa no nya ko we ori awa ho ni oro awa iye no ni wan mi o we o se e we to bu no ro ko afian no fi we oro no fi an to me negi aba me dagbe ya iye ma mi na sikegbe mi na sikegbe so pa wo bo we ni kata si iye odo le mi yi ege ni ria ege bo ria we ewe ọmọ no we na ge mi no wa dun ai we so we genede de koko wo wa ru emi no ria oke polo oteka o wa aziba o wa de koko o de ko oteka awa no iye so we ro ai we ru e ba fa ọmọ mi no si e ni dade wo we rio na ma me e mama ni ọmọ mi no si e na mi we iyan ilu e ilele na te lo uhi awa ihe lohi thou shall not kill thou shall not steal ra ye gbodo yi o bible ni we tara ni wa ihe no udadu hi ne dado lele bewo ke na lele court ke na lele wowa ke na lele awerima ke na ege baba on èmi nu na ema una we wọ́n ní ugbo me na agbeyo oro so pon ihe ugbu emi ame ihe kinema o so no mi mafa no mi emo ni ma be afa wo te awa kini o tan e pastor
domo onana e bone no wa iwe do wa mi na ya na de sino kan me iye mi no wo ha ma we kin mi ra no ma e gbo zebo mana gbo bi do pataki no wekin no ye mi no me mo awe ko won we eni kemi na agbon na na me ero wa we mi esi ero wa we dan ero emi yen na esoro na tie o sanowo do ayagbon ona ye yunwe erun ohun afian gbe ona be je yunwe iyen nuwe kenu nyime ko nyime nuwu nyi okeke ole lomani uga nyise afiangbe buwede wa be nyonge da una te iyeni obi bo mande usalobo atai ebi no wa wi ye yoto aro kebu owezokpa yemeji yoto afiangbe kebiye wezokpa nunda emi no ma ko oro iye soro na tie no ma wawe esoro na ya bo agbon to agbon oro ugawe uyegbe vio eso yiye ya bo ebo beneri mata eba aimogo wegbo aiwogo beze aiwogo gaba bi yeso iye no eme soro na mego akwon mi awona ya gwa loto e ara iwe na weto we mi ye ugbeso ko fi owe yiwa awe owe mi ye ibi ekun mi a odo ekun mi nda oleba ene odo bo ya we mi agwa na ni iye olawa ni ado awon mi wewewe ama eweri omo wa de fe dokma emi wa sunu emi yon lawa ataye yo to ni aya rile owani aya rile eboni aya rile unwotagbon leno saloba rile unwotagbon na orile sonya unwiye ugawu bene ni mata ibe no wa be oya yebota thou shall not ugawu iye le lo mani wa be we ni esi afiangbe le lo ebe soro na osaloba wa afiangbe nu de ni esi ni ewu yen ga mi mi ko noro emi o ko emi yin e ma fiangbe be kin da do bonu ri fie mi ge orewe iye na ya hwe iye nu we zese yi aya ebu edowe igwe gbeta iye nu zese yi iye nu we ya hwe kwa aya ebu edowe oyo mana oyo we na ge o ma no regbedia oji no regbedia awe na ede kotuwe we be seba ave bu edebe yo we edowe na ave mu ezo na be gbe ori mari e ma we ta fan for ye yeri gbedia ni ologo ma ni ye lele gian ede na iwa wewe aze yoyoyo ejoji kai we ofo wa ya gbewa ede de agi mi won se na la ona zobo be mi ye nunda okeke oho e ma
wese eni wa na zobo bi kokoro ko ma edoro pewo wa mi eni ni buro ni he si yebo ologo wa ni he si yebo obo sense wa ki ma so bowo na mi we ihe osaba no eje mu eworia awano rebo uyinaji ya se gbabe abe politician ni se boyo oteso gebo iya ori we ni he se eminu we inu awuna won le lo je nu na tala won mu we iye ke aya re ma we nu wa re ma osaba roju wa ya ma supa aiwe lo demata o ligi norona emi e orusin na ye na ni bana wala gbogbo le mana uwa mi ni abi ode not odo awa ari owebe awa fi o si afio da e moni re owebe ni bidie ni emi no kin awa fi han lawo ari te de mi sowo awona mu go rakire ihe we ni we to bo no woni ibi weru ni so ihe ewe waru ni nori osi lade we na muwe yigo na ahayo we no wani mara me no ro e wa ge he ihe ni ki eni ya ke ni wa e bo na wa la wo abe otesu ge waru so no i khose na wari no wari he we no waru no man na ne no
we na so dio mebo yo gwe dio fio boye o ven o keke are mu na be o ya mu na wa so a ori
ni anyway aka ya wese
do no pebu na la wona ye we na we mi o we na teme ma no ma mi ori o ebuku na la wo re iye ma be gbe o se mi ame osuwu osu ipapa osi ologun ma yo wa na la na yo bi ma si emi ni bi o hadori oja ebo keke oba atope
ise atame
ihe no ma ye gbedede gbe owe ununaya ti he reye ununaya ti emi ame ete ununa ti yari bae hu do ni ikepa na yiri opa yin ku wagi ma le ni he hu da were igban re bo ki le gbe wi owo no re gbe mi ni ne o ga we o ga ko kieke o se ti yari emi ebe de na akwe afi were no ro gari pa egua de ma gbe to ku itwe wa ya ni be na me ho na itwe are eboni re ekabeto itwe ma ni be igosa o atokpe
me anyone me twe agbonya fe keniri ye kovia keniri yo kori on wo de ke ya fe o saro ba wo no mu here no dade bo ya fe ọba atokpe
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Quite intriguing waking up and seeing surprises every day, but we just hope that one day we're going to wake up and then we're not going to see surprises as negative surprises in Nigeria. As Nigerians, we always look forward to having it better off, most especially in the political setting. Well, again, there's this saying that the youths are the leaders of tomorrow, and we just hope to see the Not Too Young to Run Act, really improving the lives of the youths in politics, and of course a whole lot. My name is Philip Omo Gyupa. With this, I say good morning and welcome on board with me on TMI. I still have my co-anchor with me, Arnold Walker Stevens. Good morning.
Good morning, Philip. Are you a youth?
Well, if you say that, basically yes.
If I
am.
say that, no, I'm asking you if you're actually a youth.
Of course, you shouldn't be asking that.
Because you said the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. That's like, it's more or less like a cliche now, because we've been hearing that over and over again. And the big question is, when will tomorrow come? When will tomorrow come?
Well, every day that breaks seems to give us an impression that tomorrow never comes, because you still have those who have been in the circles of politics, still in that same circle, like a recurring decima. And sometimes you ask, what is going to stop them from continuing, most especially when we have this stomach infrastructure phenomenon, towards politics.
Of course. Well, it's an ongoing conversation.
It's an ongoing conversation,
and you know the usual saying that says, power is not given, it is taken. So it's up to the youth to take power into
grab
their
it,
hands.
to take it. Well, we've seen them doing that, most especially, the shift, in the aspect of the NSAS protest that happened some years back, and that again brought a whole lot in terms of what they brought into the media space, as in social media.
Of course.
And of course, the big question again is the infiltration of the youths, dominating the social media. Will it translate, as in dominating social media, talking about elections, political issues, to balance issues as regarding checkmating the activities of the political actors? But will this translate into elections, having such a huge amount of contributions that they do at the digital space? Will it translate into the electoral process? And again, will it also translate into them coming up to run for public offices?
Well, as regards running for public offices, I do not know, but we saw what happened in the last election.
The 2023
in 2023, we saw how heated up the conversation was as regards politics, perhaps because there was a new bride in the system. A lot of persons had the hope, had the zeal to want to participate in politics in Nigeria. But in a whole, youth participation in the country has taken another shape, another dimension. I mean, take you back to when the Electoral Act Amendment Bill conversation was on, and we saw how some of the youth staged a peaceful protest to the National Assembly to air their voices. Interestingly, their voices were heard, but not in the dimension that they actually wanted, right? So we've seen over time that right now youth are really vocal, online, offline, but we just hope that all of this gives us a greater dimension come 2027.
By the time you say policies affecting you directly, and you're not able to speak or find a way to help in the process of implementing the policies or complaining about it, so that these policies can go back to the chambers and it can be redefined in a way that the policies won't go against the expectations of Nigerians. Not until we wake up as youths. You asked that question. Of course I am. Not until we wake up as youths, to defend our common patrimony, to defend our heritage, we will continue to be in these circles of not being able to make things change around. Most especially what is happening, in the Strait of Hormuz. Some will say, what has that got to do with Nigeria? If really we have our refineries right, if really we have, all of these governance, policies, put in the right direction, we wouldn't be bothered about the shocks from the global market, but the disruptions in the Strait of Hormuz seems to be affecting us. And sometimes you ask, the monopolization of the part of the petrol sector, as in the space of the petroleum sector being monopolized. How does this translate to a better future for Nigeria?
A lot of things to talk about. It's a global shock, meaning it's not just happening only here in Nigeria.
No.
And it's a conversation that has interestingly come to stay. One of the most prevailing conversation now is why are we being affected the way we are right here in Nigeria? But let's not forget the government is having a sweet benefits as regards the Brent crude being sold for over $100 per barrel. But then again, the youth, the masses, people at the downtrodden, how is it going to affect them right now? Right. So right now, petrol is being sold for 1,150 to 1,300 naira per liter, pending on the location you find yourself. One of the main conversation the Nigeria Labour Congress has put out there is that all of this is actually showing how fragile the economy is with our petroleum sector in Nigeria. A clear case of how the international market tends to shape the prices of fuel here. But let's not forget, it didn't start today. It started with the removal of fuel subsidy in 2023, of which the president said he knew he was stubborn, but he just had to do it to make the things right in the country. And currently now, labor union is calling out for cost of living allowance to cushion the effects of what is going on now in Nigeria. And also the federal government, over the course of last week, the president reiterated the CNG gas and the buses conversation, where he said he has released over 100,000 CNGs to help cushion the effect in Nigeria. But would that make fuel prices cheap? Would that make cost of transportation cheap in Nigeria? Would that make cost of living cheap in Nigeria? It's an ongoing conversation.
Well, don't forget that's a palliative. The government will tell you, well, it's a palliative and it's just a short-term plan, just to kind of, absorb the shocks that could be coming as a result of these disruptions we're having. But again, government is seen as the machinery in the forefront of governance, and so it's expected that they do the needful in order to make sure that all of these challenges were not affected by it. Well, let's join you, Dominic AMSA from Abuja Network Center. Good morning.
Oh, of course. Good morning, Philip. Good morning. I know it's a Tuesday. The program this morning on ITV. It's a delight to always be on stage with you guys. Of course, the discussion there is quite germane, especially at a time like this. Let me just give you my own coin of the last issue you talked about, especially the fuel incident. Nigerians are feeling the brunt of the whole incident. To tell you that how could do a nation tied to a coin now that we are benefiting with looking at the prices of crude oil at the international market over $1,000 now as it stands, and we have crude that we export. Then secondly, those of us who are using public transportation would definitely suffer for it, because we still import refined products, and most of these products have been brought back to Nigeria. Nigerian crude alone is not enough to be refined and then brought back to the country. Even with the Dangote refinery, we are still suffering. So that brings me to the question: what is the state of government-owned refineries? For how long are we going to be suffering issues like this whenever there is a crisis that has to do with crude oil around the world? Nigeria suffers for it and all that. But the issue of CNG is, most persons know that it's quite expensive. The government releasing about 1,000 kits. How many vehicles do we have on the street of Nigeria? How many of those buses we have on the street of Nigeria? So let's begin to look away from fuel. We've depended on fuel for too long for our economy. There are other aspects or other sectors that we can look at. Agriculture. Nigeria is not doing badly there. Well, let's diversify a little. Other countries like Japan, China are not really feeling it because they are going away from fuel. Electric cars are all available. So let's begin to think how to diversify our economy so that we don't be feeling the brunt of this once they have a crisis, or once there are crises in any parts of the world where we get our fuel. But I'll just leave that to the government to continue to do what they are doing in terms of palliative to reduce the plights of Nigerians. But like we said, Nigeria must continue to look inward to see how we diversify our economy so we don't continue to suffer what we've been suffering now. For those of you who know the streets of Abuja, it's very expensive going to work, especially on weekdays because of the high cost of transportation. I know it's the same right there in Benin, but it's terrible. It's telling on Nigerians, even though there's no it's terrible. Let's just leave it there.
Exactly what you just said. Let's just leave it there because a lot of challenges, and he who wears the shoes knows where it pinches most. Let's get to you, Patricia. Good morning. You look quite great and beautiful.
Good morning, Philip. Thank you so much, and good morning, Anu, over there in Benin. Anyways, from here in Lagos, let's talk about the fuel situation, just like you all have been talking about it. It is actually pinching us hard here in Lagos. The transportation has become very, very expensive, and that has made the foodstuffs in the market. I'm going to be talking about the foodstuffs. The foodstuff in the market has tripled, not just doubled, and every Lagosian is complaining. You know how it is in Lagos. Lagos is a city, mega city where we have a lot of Nigerians residing in it. And it is pinching everybody. Everybody's complaining. You know, just like he said, what do we want to do to quench this pain on the people of Nigeria? Should we be looking at agriculture at this time? Nigeria beyond oil. If that is possible, we could look beyond oil and, you know, focus on agriculture and every other thing that Nigeria can provide. That will help to quench the pain of this fuel scarcity or fuel increase on the people of Nigeria. It is actually pinching us here in Lagos. When you're coming to work in the morning, you see workers going to work, you know, less of vehicles on the street now because of the fuel increase. You know, less of transportations on the streets. And so workers are queued, some of them coming to the office very late because of this pain. Anyways, let's look at Nigeria beyond oil. That could help. Philip.
Well, thank you very much, Patricia. The conversation of diversifying the economy in Nigeria has been long on, and even the agrarian society developing it to make sure that we are able to, you know, get at the greens, you know, has been on. But sometimes you just want to believe that maybe the government is just paying lip services to all of this, bringing hypocrisy into all of this. Again, the big question, even when Dominic Yemese spoke about having electric cars and all that, that's a tall dream. That's a tall dream in Nigeria. But you know, I've noticed that what the government benefits from, they hardly want to unbundle.
Of course, we've seen that happen over and over time. And when it comes to what it tends to affect them, or anything that tends to affect them, they do it with, you know, the speed of light. We saw that happen with FAN and the airport situation. But away from that, let's not forget that in the midst of all of this, electricity situation is also, you know, just there at the side. It's also another conversation. So while Nigerians are struggling and trying to get fuel, there is no light, no electricity for you to do your businesses, blackouts, you know, a lot of things just happening at the same time. And amidst all of this, the presidential villa thought it needful to require solar panels to disconnect themselves from the national grid.
That's a big one.
This is where we are. Same president who said in 2023 that if I do not provide you electricity, do not vote me in for the second term.
And the second term is just inching closely. Of course. About 10 months coming. Well, we're going to be having all of this discussion, most especially as regards youth in democracy, looking at their challenges and, of course, opportunities therein. And we're going to be interviewing, you know, political analysts in that light. Well, we take a short break, after which we'll look at the pages of the newspaper. Don't you go away. Well, let's go get a read of the newspaper headlines today. And every day comes with news stories, and let's get to see what the stories are like. They said the taste of the pudding is basically in the eating. So on the screen, we're going to be having This Day, and let's look at what This Day has got. On This Day, at the top of the cover page, we have it where it says inflation continues downward trend, dropped to 15.06% in February, and 12th straight monthly decline. And of course, food inflation elevated, and of course we have severe in Anambra, Kogi, Benue, and others. On this day, multiple explosions hit Maiduguri, many feared killed. You can get that on page 32. Still the challenge of insecurity. How do we secure the Nigerian space is what we're also looking at. This says, Magnus Abbey, oil price spike offers revenue boost for Nigeria. Is that what we're talking about? They say different strokes for different folks. Why the government is booming, having a very boom treasury. The masses are suffering it. All right, this says, NATO, EU allies reject Trump's demand to help open Strait of Hormuz. And of course, Tinubu begins two-day historic state visit to the UK. And that's what we got on this day.
Right, away from This Day newspaper, let's turn our attention over to another major headline. This morning, we have The Nation newspaper. And of course, The Nation newspaper this morning is leading with this major headline that says, Tinubu wife begin historic state visit to United Kingdom. Subwriter says, President to get royal reception at Windsor Castle. 746 million euro financing agreement on port upgrade to be signed. Away from that story, in business news, stock market gain hit 30 trillion naira. NGX attributes investors' confidence to reforms. Well, on page 3 of The Nation newspaper this morning, Zulum condemns bombings in Maiduguri, really a sad one that happened yesterday during the late hours of Monday. On page 4, 8.7 billion naira case, how funds were moved to firms linked to Malami. Declining cost of food services push inflation down to 15% on page 7. Dangote, China's GCL group, sells $4.2 billion gas deal, still on page 7. DIG, Sanwo-Olu's free medical outreach for police will enhance efficiency on page 15. And finally, on The Nation newspaper this morning, NSIB launches probe into Abuja-Kaduna train accident on page 6. And sadly, that happened on Monday, yesterday. We saw that, an ongoing conversation right here.
Well, moving away from that, let's quickly get to the Vanguard newspaper. And what do we have on the Vanguard newspaper today? We have it on the big headline. It says, after 6 months break, food inflation resumes upward, climbs, and rises to 12.12%. Only just 6 months break.
That's a lot.
That's a lot?
That's a lot.
We expected it never to come back.
Well, I expected it to come back because of what is going on currently in the Middle East. Yeah, interestingly how the oil tends to be connected with every sector right here in Nigeria. So, of course, it's actually expected.
Well, how long will it be? It's our hope. How long will it be? It's our hope that we have all of this, behind us and see how we can breathe, at least, when it comes to food inflation. It goes a long way to, temper with the health and, of course, lives of the citizens. Well, let's leave that and quickly also focus on the headlines just at the top of the cover page, where we have the President Tinubu's visit, historic UK state visit. Well, we hope to see stories, emanating from that visit, and of course, how it's going to transform and make Nigeria greater. All right, this says on hardship, civil servants demand 154,000 naira minimum wage. What do you expect? What do you expect?
154,000.
Yes, as minimum wage. That's quite a humble one. Anyways.
It is possible in Nigeria, but
it's still a humble figure.
Is it? So what's your what's your own amount?
250.
250 in Nigeria.
But can that help? Can that help the system? Because the moment there is an increase in salaries and your landlord gets to hear that, there's a hike in that, and of course, even it's going to affect the market woman, increasing her stock in the marketplace. It goes all around.
Perhaps
so
let's just say
is that the right way? Is that the right process to go about it?
Everybody would be happy, right? Because it's a chain. It goes round the circle, and everyone will smile to the bank at the end of the day. But would it even happen? Remember the drama that we saw with the order minimum wage being increased. We saw how labor unions, the TUC, and the federal government had to go back and forth.
Jamboree.
Some state governors had to come up to increase yes to 100,000 naira in their state. But again, let's not forget, over the weekend, NLC did state that they want a cost of a living allowance in Nigeria.
Exactly.
Would that even happen?
Will that happen? Well, let's see what we've got next. It says states account for 48% public spending on the Vanguard newspaper, and you get that on page 5. All right, you get it on page 5. Then we have this. It says Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Hormuz is always, on the headlines. EU rejects Trump's demand for help. What could be the reason? Is it as a result of the U.S. president flouting some expected rules that should govern the international space? Well, get a copy of the Vanguard newspaper as EU rejects Trump's demand for help. We have this. It says Southwest leaders to federal government and governors collaborate to tackle insecurity. That's a big one. I didn't interview Emefiele during probe. EFCC witness has that to say. And to accuse PDP to APC, you are delusional. Says the factions won't kill opposition. Well, let's get this from the to relieve our minds a little bit. On the cartoon it says, Mr. and Mrs. My husband just bought a brand new car. All right. And the other lady says, my husband's car, he fuels me, I have my 40 parts changed, and he services me with regular visits to the boutique, so he gets a smooth ride anytime. Which one pays better? I don't know about you got that. You got that. Which one pays better?
I think
is it what the first lady said or the second one?
The second one, where you get to benefit from the good
baby
of what the husband is enjoying. But it might not even be true though.
Okay.
It might just be that woman trying to spite the other one and make her feel jealous.
Jealous.
Yeah. So I mean, women
and their issues. Women and your issues.
What? Of course. Away from that.
All right.
Let's look at another major newspaper. If we have up for review, what do we have next?
No, well,
let's see what we have.
But I think that should be all.
Okay.
As we take a short break to quickly talk about our first discussion, which is on issues surrounding Iran war, and of course how it can abate the challenges that we've been faced globally. To stay.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning. Big thanks for joining us once again as TMI. And first discussion, like we said, we're going to be shifting away from that and looking into the youths in politics, youths in democracy, looking at the opportunities and challenges therein. And joining me here in the studio is a politician and former Councillor Ubiaja 1, Esan Southeast. He's also a businessman. Honorable Jonathan Okosun, thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
All right, away from that, let's also, we'll also be joined by Ibrahim Momo, a lecturer from the Edo State University, Brusala University rather, Ekpoma. If we can have him Please, let's have him on the screen. Good morning, Ibrahim Momo. I guess you can hardly hear me. Good morning, Ibrahim Momo. Okay, as much as we are able to get it right in connectivity, we're going to be getting his contribution on that. But well, as the saying goes, youths are the leaders of tomorrow, and the Not Too Young to Run Act also brought about some, enshrined some constitutional provisions on helping, the youth to, take up that space. We have the age of the presidency being reduced to the 35, and of course senators likewise, and of course that of governors also, and then we have that of House of Rep and the House of Assemblies for states reduced to 25. So, but in all of this, we still have this challenge where youths are not occupying the political space as being fed into public offices. What do you make of this background in Nigeria?
Yeah, thank you for having me, and good morning, Edo. Within the context of our practice in our political space in the country, you see that we have a lot of factors that are discouraging the youth for participating in politics, such as high costs of running election, unemployment, and then this age stereotype amongst our leaders. These are some of the factors that are affecting youth participation in our politics today. But over the years, with the introduction of the social media, you see the youths are more interested. The rate at youth participation between 1999 to 2015, and now for 2015 to 2026, you see that there's a huge gap. The youths are actively involved, mobilizing votes and using the social media platform and other digital platform. So I believe that we are doing well, and means, seated here today, I'm a youth.
Oh, you're a youth?
Yeah, and I was elected councillor, 7 years ago at the age of 25.
At the age of 25?
Yes, I was the youngest.
So today you are 32?
Yes, I'm 32.
In 3 years' time, you should hit the age of becoming the president or the governor?
Absolutely. God's will, because I give power.
All right. Okay, but in your experience, because I just want to talk about it, in your experience as a councillor and all that, what were you able to, make a change about as a youth in politics?
Yeah, being a councillor at that age, it comes with a lot of challenges. And it's tasking. Leadership is complex.
It's complex.
I believe in training youth by leadership roles. So I was able to learn from that process, and I'm a fast learner, very fast learner at that. So, during my time, we engage youth actively, encouraging them to participate in our politics, and also, carry an initiative that will encourage them, and also talks about, some of the challenges that the youth are facing related to drug abuse and all this kind of stuff. So we are trying. I tried my best at that time, and we are still trying, to encourage the youth so that it will be more, forceful in our political.
Do you see the money bags in politics as also another drawback? Because political parties, basically, they increase the prices for their nomination and interest forms, and out of the reach of the common man. And how will the youth, galvanize that?
Yeah, it's true. Like I said, that the high cost of running election in the country, is one of the things that is discouraging youth for participating in politics. And like where I come from in the Eastern Artist, there is this Ibakota something agenda.
That's what in English.
Yes,
Ibakota means what?
Agreement, yes, of the people. So when I came in, like this time, there's Ibakota, there's agreement in this land. The agreement says there's no totan. It was evident in the 2023 election, and you saw how the governor of Edo State emerged. It was as a result of the no tenure agenda, So, but fast forward to this time, there is also a case of no tenure in the Sansatis that the youth are clamoring, saying that we don't want this is an agreement. So they were looking for who will come out, to contest this Ibakota agenda. So I took the bold step. I declared, and the youth, they came out en masse, supported me.
Okay.
It was not monetized. That's why I said that there's a huge change from voter participation of the youth in the 90s and now. There's a huge change because people are getting more enlightened.
Okay.
And the youth are not participating in politics.
I really see that in the digital space, and that's basically what we are also craving for, that we should see more of these, translating into electoral victories for the youths.
Exactly.
Well, we also will be joined by Comrade Kelvin Isesele, a political analyst from China. Can we have you, Comrade Kelvin Isesele, political analyst from China? Okay, let's get back to you, Ibrahim Momo, lecturer, Ambosali University, Ekoma. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Well, let's look at it closely. You've been following the trends as regards the youths in politics, and of course, all that came with Not Too Young to Run Act, the provisions that came with it. It is like a view observed generally that there seems to be a clog in the wheel of progress by present leaders not to give space for the younger generation to also participate fully in politics. Do you agree?
Well, the basic point about leadership is that nothing is given. So the leadership of the people of the country is not given a la carte to the people, to the youth, so to say. But if the youth attempt to, if the youth work hard enough, individually and collectively, and with the right pieces falling in place, yes, youth can play a very significant role in our body politics.
We sincerely apologize for the loss of audio in that. As soon as we're able to get that right, we join Ibrahim Momo to finish on that. Well, let's get back to you, Honorable Jonathan. Now, let's look at the challenges that we've been faced with. It's been a challenge, and all of this being affected by the glitches that happened, in 2023 general elections. And we have the 2027 elections coming closely. There's this impression again that with what we're having, where election results won't basically be churned out at 3 times because the Electoral Act 2026, as amended, never took that into recognition. Isn't that another headache that could also, be a clog in the wheel of progress, even for the younger generation, the youths?
From that, the law that has just been amended by the National Assembly, but there are some things I would not want to dabble into,
Double?
Yes, personally.
Okay. Because it affects your party?
No, because
you are the Progressives Congress.
Yes.
So you wouldn't want to dabble into what your party seems to be doing in favor of your party?
No.
Because we are gravitating towards a one-party system.
No. I am a pro-democrat. No, I don't believe in one-party system. I'm saying it on air. You understand? But I think that the issue of.
But the machinations of your party suggest so.
No, yes, they did, and I'm coming. I believe in politics. We are not voting on the media or maybe on the internet. It is physical, voting that's taking place across the units. And every political party, by the Electoral Act, you have to have an agent that will represent the party at the units level. So I think that is the major issue. Having a representative at that unit that will be there while the election is taking place. You understand? But because when I read the clause of the act that was amended, I saw from the angle that the senators were coming from, because there are some areas which you and I cannot deny here that have this access to internet connectivity and even electricity and all that in Nigeria. Because I'm a realist and I believe in practical governance.
You are a realist and you're also a politician.
Yeah, I'm a politician.
Of course.
I'm a politician.
And I definitely basically believe that you're not going to end as a former councillor. You're also looking forward to higher positions. But again, the challenge here is, does the party, because at the point where you want to vie for a position, for instance, you have various persons vying for same positions. And of course, we have that of, direct primary that has been sustained and recognized by the Electoral Act 2026 as amended.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be a challenge? Most especially, for instance, for you who maybe could be running for a higher office?
No, like you know, the youth constitutes more than 60% of our, of the population.
Yes.
So, but you know, over the years, the youth, they were no more enlightened. Some of them, because of corruption, they back out of politics. They want to be involved. So that's what we are doing now. Trying to encourage them. Like me, like I said, I took a bold step when I said I want to run for a position. I came out at the age of 25. I was already a councillor. So I was an encouragement to others as of today. So, this direct primary of the thing is more of democratic than the delegate primaries. Because every category member of the party will now have the opportunity to decide who represents them. It's not going to be about the money bag anymore. It's going to be about what the members of the party now want.
Don't forget vote buying. Don't forget vote buying, because that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, vote buying.
Because a situation where they said, okay, direct primary is recognized by the Electoral Act 2026 as amended. Yeah. Don't also forget again that there's going to be some infiltration of the money, the money bags by politicians. That may want to outweigh the young generation like you.
Yes, of course.
In politics.
Because when I declared, the people that I'm up against, what they keep saying, they have not said that Jonathan is not qualified or Jonathan is bad. Jonathan have done this over the years. What we keep hearing is that I have the more money back than him. But we are enlightening the youth that if we continue to elect leaders based on the deep pocket they have, they will continue to be where we are. And we need to elect people who are credible, who have the leadership skills, not just in servitude, but also in character. The way they treat people, their actions and inactions, as it affects our collective interests.
Okay, we have this challenge where a huge number of the youth population in politics, instead of them to be used as or be deployed into running for public offices, and we see more of them, the number rising.
Yes, of course.
They rather are being used as political thugs.
No.
That again, what do you make of that? Because your party, for instance, is not excused from thuggery. And the youth are basically...
I don't know about that.
Your party is not excused.
I know what I'm saying that I don't know.
You don't know if your party has thugs?
No, I will speak from the angle where I come from. Because the way I come from, we don't encourage thuggery.
Oh, really?
Yes, that's where I come from. We never had a record of electoral violence in where I come from. So I will speak from, like I said.
If you say you don't encourage thuggery, does it mean that there are no thugs in your party?
No,
you don't deploy them during elections?
No.
And the question here is, why is it that the youths are mostly used for such, most especially when it has to do with disturbing the electoral process?
That's what we are saying, that when we elect younger people into offices, I believe, like in the lawmaking, I've been a councillor, and that is why I want to go higher. The youth will be the person or the people that will make laws that will be friendly to the youth. And that is why we are encouraging youth participation in politics. Because what we have is that, because they know that the youth have over 60% of the population, so they created a society where they can sponsor them, because of the level of unemployment, people are hungry. I may have integrity. I always tell people, in all my years in politics, I've never asked any politician, I will say it on that, and I dare anybody to challenge that. I've never asked anybody to give me a dime to give you support. I've not done it.
Okay.
You understand? But it is not so with every other person out there. So they created an environment where, because of unemployment, then they cannot use these guys for whatever they want.
Okay.
They give them stipend, you go and do this and go and do that. But that is we are trying to change the narrative.
How do we change the narrative? I'll come back to you. But let's quickly say if we can get Ibrahim Momo back, if we have that opportunity to do that. Ibrahim Momo, lecturer, Amboseli University, Ekpoma. Good morning once again, Ibrahim. Can you hear me? I'm afraid we are not being joined by Ibrahim Momo as a result of poor internet connectivity. Well, let's focus. Yeah. Let's see this aspect of vote buying, which is a negative trend in politics. And how can we kill it? Like you said, changing the narrative. Because if we don't change the narrative, it is going to eat deep into our electoral heritage.
Yeah. Like I told you, when the youth were saying no thought tenure in the Sans artist, I seized the opportunity to say, I declared it was a bold step. I know I do not have money to come and share.
Yeah.
But the support I've gotten so far It's born out of conviction because they believe that this person can do it. And that's to tell you there's a shift. Before, if you don't have money, you can't even dare to come out and say you want to declare for a position. So this sensitization of the youth is what we are doing, and we are encouraging them. That is why I'm emphasizing that when we elect younger people to offices, we also encourage the youth to shun this vote buying, because vote buying is a big problem in our electoral processes.
Again, sponsorship is another big challenge.
Yeah.
Because we want to have the right pegs in the right holes, like square peg in square holes, round pegs in round holes. Yeah. But it's one where we have this breed, young breed, who are really, really intelligent and want to turn things around to change the narrative. Yeah. And they are not having this financial base. Don't you see that as a problem? How can we galvanize that for the youth?
Yeah, that's why I said from the beginning that one of the issues is high cost of running election.
So how do we tackle that?
So that is it. I believe, the party, it is when they see that the youths are not deeply involved, like they are lending their voices using the social media platform, and they will understand they have to reduce the cost of running election.
Exactly.
Such as, buying a form, and the general ideology of people that, you must give me money before. It will take years to correct that.
To correct that.
Because it is something that's planted.
It's embedded in our system already.
In our system already. So it will take years with continual, public enlightenment, holding leadership meetings, seminars, encouraging the youth that this thing is not right. But we'll continue to sell our future, then we'll continue to be where we are.
Something just entered my mind. As you said, it's going to take years, and you are a politician.
Yeah, it took years. Yeah.
Are you not sure you are also caught in the web, where, for instance, you are vying for an office, and then during election, you see your opponents, doing that? Don't you also do that?
No, not at all. I told you, I said the support.
You don't patronize vote buying?
No, I don't patronize it. I believe in credibility, character. As a leader, you show character and the capacity to lead.
What if that works against you in elections, for instance, as a youth?
As a youth, that's why we are, we are letting the youth know that we should not continue like this.
Yeah, changing the orientation.
Yes, like I said, we will change the narrative, and I believe it's God that gives power. Understand? But by the time youth begin to show interest and people see that the youth have woken up, and the leaders will understand. I talked about the age stereotype. Like our leaders in the political parties, you hardly see a youth being among the leaders. I mean, where they are deciding, the fate or the direction of the party. So it's a problem. So with continuous youth engagement, and then the leaders will begin to understand that, although the governor of Edo State is trying on that, you can see the appointment he's making so far, I can say about 50% or more.
At the level of appointments?
Yes, the level of appointments. Even at the local governments, look at some of the council chairmen, the councillors, they are young people. The governor that I know, have more interest in the youth, and I believe, we are working in that direction. That's it.
Okay. Do we see the possibility of your party, the All Progressives Congress, changing this narrative you said? Because if we look at the federal level, for instance, the president, there's this money bag, syndrome that is attached to, winning elections. And do you see your party as even ready to encourage that?
No, sorry, sir, I will disagree to that.
What do you disagree to?
In 2023 general election,
yes,
as a witness, I didn't see money back, because remember, there was a directive or a law by the CBN where there was no cash flow in the society.
You mean in 2023?
2023. So this government, what I'm saying that this government...
you mean nothing happened?
That's what I'm telling you, that this government of President Tinubu, Ahmed Bola Tinubu, didn't come on the basis of money back. I've been in politics so active, and I can tell you for free that in that election, all the election I've been involved with, I've never seen an election where there was no cash available at that election. So President Tinubu did not come.
Don't forget, if you say there was no cash, probably it happened at night.
No, I didn't know about that, because I'm also a stakeholder in my ward.
Because they say if the birds, if the hunters say they will shoot without missing, the birds basically will fly without touching.
Of course.
And there seems to be this, this impression, which seems to be popping up, that even your party, happens to be a party that wants to, lead others, suffocate other political parties so that there won't be opposition ahead 2027.
No.
And of course, the body language of the president seems to say that in the humongous amounts given to governors in that respect.
that has been alleged. It has not been confirmed. No, news can just come out and you have to investigate it very well. If somebody say the president is popping out money, do you have evidence to that? Do you have evidence? But I'm saying that there may be instances where people want to monetize our electoral process because we can't deny that. You understand? Now, in our political system, I do not believe that it's the APC that is sponsoring, instability in other opposition parties. I do not believe so. Being a leader, I always emphasize that the ability to manage people is what matters. You need to manage your followers. If the opposition party has put in their hearts in order, everything will be okay. So that is it.
All right, let's quickly get your contributions from the lecturer, Epuma Ambrosia University, Ibrahim Momo. Can you hear me, please? Okay, good to have you join once again, Ibrahim. Now, we had that discussion before we lost the opportunity for you to make that contribution. We keep seeing these opportunities for youth to come up, like the Not Too Young to Run Act. But do you see much number coming up, or is it a deliberate act by the current leaders to suffocate the younger generation from taking into power and politics?
Well, my position, in the course of my earlier, comment was that power is never given. It involves a struggle, it involves participation actively. And then sometimes people, particularly youths, make the mistake of thinking that politics is about contesting and winning elections. It is much more than that. And because the offices are limited in Nigeria, total number of House of Assembly seats in Nigeria is just now around 90. Total number of gubernatorial offices in Nigeria are just 36. Presidency is just 1. Senators are just 109. Of rep seats are about 360. If you put sum together the total number of public offices, elected public offices in Nigeria, is less than 3,000. So, and in a country of over 200 million people, majority of whom are youths. So the first mistake people make is to assume that political participation is only about contesting and winning elections, whereas there's a whole lot of issues involved. For example, the issue of advocacy is one. Public offices or public policies embedded by those in public office are often achieved through advocacy. Youth should look at the full gamut. Where else can we play? Even when it comes to policy formulation, when it comes to interest articulation, what do we really want? It's not only about, sometimes you have the wrong person. If you have a youth, we have had a youth, for example, Yaya Bello, who was just 40 when he became governor. How well did he perform? So for me, it's not only about winning elections for public office, it's also about every other issue around the public policy or political process. I will give, for example, the fact that there is a lot of insecurity in the country. What is the youth population, the youth voter population, what are they doing individually, in small groups, or collectively about the issues of insecurity? What about poverty? So these are some of the issues that are affecting, so I am not one of those who believe that for youth to participate in politics, it's all about contesting and winning elections. Sometimes it's even better you have a more experienced person there, but who listens, who mainstreams, who carries along the interest of the youth. For example, the Not Too Young to Rule Act was not done by a youth. It was done by a septuagenarian president, a 20-year-old president. But how effectively are we taking advantage, and the youth taking advantage of the Not Too Young to Rule? So that's, for example, one of the things that can be done, at the level of policy. There's also the issue of godfatherism. Nigerian politics, not just Nigerian politics, just politics generally, it's about, who gets what, when and how. Sometimes those decisions are not made in the politics. That's why you look at 2026 election. There's the issue of consensus candidates. in the absence of which we go to direct primaries. There's no issue of indirect primaries anymore. Now, at the level of consensus candidacy, one thing is clear, that godfatherism plays a very critical role in who becomes the candidate. So sometimes the youth must look beyond, holding public. That's the major point I like our youth population to take. Because the offices available, they are not much compared to the number of persons. Nigeria has, at the last count, over 93 million registered voters. 93 million registered voters looking for less than 3,000 positions. It's not possible that every one of them will get it. But even in voting, if the youth population can also come together, that's the critical point. I can anchor on this. Even when it comes to voting, according to INEC data, over 51% of all registered voters are youths. Over 51%. That is significant. In a country where turnout is often hovering around 30% in general elections, 51% are youth. It means that the youth themselves don't even come out to vote. So I think that if they are interested in policy formulation, the kind of policy that government gets to pass, if they are interested in mobilization for election, people go and vote. If people, bad leaders or people who don't want to rule bad governance only try when the electorate are not actively involved. So that's my take on the issue.
As we have been joined by Comrade Kelvin Isesele from China. Good evening to you. I believe it's evening over there in China.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
All right,
and good morning to you over there.
Remember vividly the role you've been playing, while in Nigeria then, in politics, and you've always been galvanizing for youth's inclusion in politics. But again, here we are, just like Ibrahim Momo said, power isn't given, it's rather taken. Now, do you see the Nigerian story? Because you were once here, and you're now in China. But do you see the Nigerian story as leaders even giving a template, for the young generation, the youths, to delve deeper into politics?
Well, as you know, it's rather unfortunate where we find ourselves as a nation that even at this level, people still believe power is not given, rather power is taken. To my understanding, even in my active participation in the electoral process. In fact, in 2024, I was the director of campaigns and central local government in 2024 governorship election for the Senator Monday Okpewolo campaign organization. I was the DJ of that campaign. In 2023, I was also the DJ of that campaign. I was appointed as project policy to the Edo State government in November last year before I resigned in January to face my business. One of the things I understand is this: power is not taken. Power is given by God and the people. Power is not something that you take by force. But in Nigeria, what we have today is that power is being taken by force. Power is being, a blood have to be shed before power can be taken. In my opinion, I disagree with that philosophy. And the only way we can get this right is to first have this ideology that power comes from God, number one, and by the people who willingly give you their vote and make you their leader. That is to say, power is given by God and the people. When you say power is taken, it erodes the tendencies of democracy. Power power supposed to be used judiciously for the overall development of the people who are of the majority. But when it is taken, it will be used for the selective few, either those who smuggled a lot of money into the system or those who have the ability to kill for the system to exist. And where are the youth not actively participating? The youth are actively not participating because of what the first speaker at your studio said. We speak in line with our party direction. Even when our party is doing the wrong thing, as a youth, as far as you belong to that political party, you are meant to stand and defend what is wrong. How will such a youth be able to galvanize other youth to stop the political maltreatment the leaders of today are throwing at the youth? You can see what is happening in all the political parties today. Nobody, a responsible youth with a sound ideology, who have foresight and think widely, will never tell you that the ruling party hand is not to cripple oppositions in Nigeria, just for them to be dictating who gets what within their political party. And one thing they don't know, especially the youths, one thing they don't know, if you support the killing of opposition in every area, the time injustice will be meted on you in that particular party, you will not have anywhere to cry to. Let me give you an example. If you are supporting, like the other gentleman in the studio is saying, opposition did not put their house in order, I overheard him saying he is contesting an election, and the youth have rallied over him. If his party meted an injustice to him today, he has no option, he has no alternative. And the youth will only just shout and still fall back to the system. They will be forced to accept, to adopt, to campaign for the one that have been imposed on the people. And here we have no say. But if you allow a true democracy, if you allow a true participation, that the voice of the opposition is heard, when injustice is meted on you, you now have an opportunity to repair that injustice during the election, to let these certain leaders know that this candidate you have imposed on us will not fly, and it will not fly. But when you support a certain political party to disorganize other platform, other political party, indirectly or directly, you are clapping for it because it is your party that is in power that is doing it. You will not grow in that political party you are. You will be the victim, and tomorrow you will be like, oh, what have I done to myself? I for once have been participating in our electoral system. I've campaigned. I've actively been involved, but I still don't agree that the current democracy, the current APC-led federal government at all levels, even at local government and state, are not helping democracy in Nigeria. We should call a spade a spade. They are not helping democracy in Nigeria.
Thank you, Comrade Kelvin Isesele. We will be back just after this short break, and we'll continue to interrogate what you just said. But we'll take a short break. Do stay. It's still this morning on ITV. We still have our guests in the studio, and of course across the Zoom network. And, we have our guest in the studio here who is Honorable Jonathan Okosun, former councillor in Ubiaja 1 Southeast local government. Big thanks for sustaining your presence here. But you heard what Comrade Kelvin Isesele said as a result of the fact that even when the younger generation, the youths, want to come up during the elections, during primaries, the parties seem to galvanize around those who have money bags. And if that becomes the position where you started enthusiastically, and in the long run, you are being told to sit down just because there's a money bag politician that wants to occupy the position that you are running for. How will you feel? Isn't that what the party that you belong to is into?
Yeah, I listened to him carefully, Like I said, I was 25 years when I was councillor in the same party, the APC. Apparently, I was the youngest in Edo Central in my time. I was in 2018. Like I said earlier, social media is playing a lot of factor, in our political space today. So the pressures are coming. All our governors, they're on the internet. Our representatives, they're out there. They listen to the people compared to before. Now, me as an individual, in the Just APC e-membership registration, I was a supervisor in my local government. I organized that exercise. So I ensured that younger people were registered in the party. Those
we understand all of this. But when it comes to the party choosing who is going to run for such an office, how do you go against that? Most especially when they are inducing voters, inducing members of the party against you as a youth.
Yeah. I've equally highlighted earlier that I said this money politics is a factor that is affecting us. But what we are doing is not letting the people know the disadvantage when we sell our votes. And me as a youth, I took the bold step and I said that the people rose and stood by me, not because I've given them money. People need a leader they can follow. People need a leader they can follow. That is the truth. Now, the governor has said, even at the last Congress in those states, that nobody has been promised tickets, that everybody will go through the primary and it will be a direct primary. That is the position of the government and the party in those states.
Okay.
So I believe that they will honor their words and we'll go to the primaries. So if we go to the primaries, I have the confidence that the people are with me and I'll be victorious.
Okay, let's see your contribution as we gradually tail it to an end on this segment. Let's get you, Ibrahim Momo. We have the 2027 elections inching closely. Now, what do you see as the role of the youths, in owning this 2027 electoral process?
Okay, well, there are quite a number of issues the youth can do. Number one is primarily political mobilization. The youth population alone can determine the winner of any election in Nigeria. Only the youth can determine it. But because they have the population in terms of registered voters, by INEC data, 51% of registered voters are youths. So it means that they have the majority. And so the first challenge is political mobilization. Number two is about interest articulation. What are the youths? What do the youth want from candidates? And then they vote, because it's not enough to just come out and vote. It's to vote for issues that have bearing on the youth population. For example, is it free education? Is it infrastructure development? Is it job creation? Properly articulated, then you can now say which of the candidates at whatever level, whether it's councillorship, it's a chairmanship, state assembly, or gubernatorial, senatorial, House of Rep, or presidency, all seven levels. Which candidate in what level is in the best position to mainstream the interest that the youth population have? The third point I think the youth can do is that they can put themselves up for contest, to vote, to be voted for. They can put themselves up to be voted for. Oftentimes, why we have that, there are those who know what to do, those who have capacity to do things, are too afraid, too naive, or just not interested in contesting for offices. It is not that everybody who contests must win. For example, we have about 18 political parties. Only one of 18 candidates can win any particular position being contested for. The main fact that you are involved puts even the eventual winner on their toes, because it only takes a while. For example, before eventually some people will win. There are people who have contested elections, even in the democracies. Abraham Lincoln is one. He contested all levels of elections and lost, but he never gave up until democracy. So then when I see youth like election, who are together up as a local government chairman, or maybe as an assembly member, or maybe as a friend member, want to be president. You don't even have the vote to win the governorship, want to be president of Nigeria, just because you want to hold the camera, or want to be on the media, want to be in the news.
I think that also putting yourself up for a position that you are capable of winning. For example, the guest in the studio was a councillor. From there, he has gained visibility. Councillor is the lowest level of the seven. That's the lowest level. So I think that this is something that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ibrahim. Thank you so much for your contribution on that. Appreciate it. Well, let's get to you, Comrade Kelvin Cecily from China. Are you still with us, please? Same question goes to you. Let's look at 2027 elections and what do you see as the role of the youth in changing the narrative?
Well, I don't see the Nigerian youth able to change the narrative in 2027. I do not see, anything can still change, I'm not a prophet, but I do not be able to make things happen in 2027. But in the nearest future, I do believe we will be able to galvanize ourselves and have the choice of leaders we want as a people. So I offer no definite statement on 2027 because the current administration at the presidency, at the state level, at the local government level, at the world level, they have monopolized democracy to themselves, whereby ordinary participation is almost impossible, or even an attempt to have a that looks like anonymity to the system. So until these things are ratified, until these things are set open, you cannot actually say much about 2027.
Calvin, please, let me quickly cut in. Calvin, let me quickly cut in. You were talking about monopolizing the process, and you are saying it cuts across the 3 tiers of government. Let's talk about Edo State, for instance, of which you also were a recipient of an appointment given by the governor of the state to you. Do you see this as doing justice for saying that?
I resign my appointment is because of some of these things I am talking about. I will not be in a government that I fought for as an opposition. And the same government is eliminating opposition through this. Because I am who believe that it's just a matter of time accessing. My brother, Honorable Kosu, I know him, but he might not know me too well. As at the time he was councillor, I know him. But as he is now, he dare not challenge the system, even when the system is oppressing him. That is the reason you see most youth are turned to
thank you.
Song praisers. They just want to sing the praises of a leader just because they are in the system. I cannot be part of a system that will give you rights where the Nigeria do not permit.
Thank you very much, Comrade Calvin Cecily. Thank you very much for that contribution. Now let's get your reaction in all of this, what he said. How do you appreciate what he said as regards the opposition, even within the party, that may want to, thwart one's dream in the process of moving forward in the political life?
I believe in life, you keep pushing. When you fall, you rise again.
Okay.
So until we get there. So I'm a driving force, and my struggle, I keep it to the finish. I'm not the kind of person that somebody will call along the line and say, come on, no, cannot happen. I have integrity that I've built for myself, and that's what is speaking for me. I know like him from Comrade Kevin. I knew him from Facebook. You know, he has been an active voice. Okay. I knew Kevin from Facebook.
Oh.
Yeah, so and he has been very active in our politics until he resigned. So but I'm just hearing for the first time the reason why
he resigned.
Yes. So because I've not been able to reach out to him personally to find out. But what I'm saying is that, you know.
And the reason why he resigned is still eminent in the party.
No, but he just says so. I didn't know that before. But what I'm saying is that.
And we just hope we don't have a bite of that.
No, I believe that it is God that gives power, like he said, and the people. So when I believe I have God and the people are with me, so I know that I'll do something different. So we are going to change the narrative because things are like this. I will not say because things are like this, we should not make a move, then things will continue to be like that. So I believe no one is too young to be the cause of change that he wants to see in the society. And that's why I avail myself to serve the people, not just in servitude, also in character and integrity. You know, I talked about the third tenure agenda that people are against currently. Before you said you are vying for third tenure, at least you will show what you have done, your performance over the years. This is what people will look at what you have done to say, okay, this person has done well for us, let us give him the opportunity to go. You understand? So that is why I took the bold step and I said, the people are with me, and not because of money, but because they know that I can deliver.
All right, thank you. It's so impressive to know that as a youth, you are not standing down, but you are also moving forward to make sure that you, clinch closely, for a higher position. And I just wish you the best in all your endeavors.
Thank you.
And that's Honorable Jonathan Okosun, former councillor of Ubiaja 1 Southeast Local Government. And that's the much you can take on this. Big thanks, Comrade Kelvin Isesele from China for taking our time to be part of this. And of course, Ibrahim Momo, lecturer, Ambrose Ali University of Poma. We'll take a short break, after which Dominic Yemese will take off from where we left off in Abuja. Do stay.
Challenge, a crisis that was to have resolved enough to linger for so long. It is doubly difficult to resolve it. The way it is, the PDP has a lot of work to do if they must work together, all the factions must come together and work together. And that is the problem we have been having with the opposition. That's the problem we have been having with the opposition. The problem of the fact that everybody wants to run for president, everybody wants to do it, instead of coming together to form a united front for this election to be able to win against the incumbent. But the way that the opposition is operating in the way the far corner cannot hear the far corner is kind of unfortunate. Even in the coalition that we have in the ADC currently, you need to see how many people are there that are there simply because they want to run for the presidency of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. If it is all about Nigeria, you can pick one, and every other person will support that one person. The most popular opposition candidate in that group should be the one they will put forward to be on the ballot, to be supported. But the opposition needs to be more united. Opposition needs to be more united. Opposition needs
we've gotten your opening remarks. Can we bring in our second guest now? Just a few seconds, Comrade Adebayo. We have Dr. Chinedu Obi, the National Chairman, National Rescue Movement, also joining us on this discussion. A very good morning to you, if you can hear.
Yeah, good morning, bro. I can hear you. Good morning, Nigerians.
Okay, let's get your opening thought. Opposition party, where do you see Nigerian opposition parties as it stands now? Looking at what has been in the recent, the PDP, then we have the ADC, where the cause of the president and continue to tackle the APC, or rather the ADC, that they are misleading Nigerians with figures when it comes to economic matters. So much has been said. We know that there is no way democracy will progress if there are no formidable opposition. So give us your opening thought on this.
Okay, I totally agree with you that the democracy stands firm when you have credible alternative or what you call opposition. We have adopted a multi-party democracy. It enables us to find alternatives. Or otherwise, you have a one-party system where the party in power is unchecked. Now, but a young opposition gives the nation the alternative to choose from what it doesn't like to what it probably likes. So the situation today, unfortunately, you have levels of fragmentation, many issues within the opposition political parties that we're afraid that if nothing is quickly, we'll be giving the ruling party a free flow. But of course, you know, this is politics. In politics, 24 hours is quite such a large time. Anything can happen anytime. They have, I call it, a disorganized opposition today, and by tomorrow they are united. And something the APC-dominated National Assembly had done, which they think is in their advantage, may suddenly work against them. You know, the new Electoral Act is saying that once you submit your registered members to INEC 21 days before your primaries, anyone whose name is not in that list cannot vote or be voted for. It sounds like you're fighting the opposition, but I see that as maybe a rallying point, because you now box all the opposition to one space where they can't move. The implication then is that it might now have a reinforced opposition that will play the role it is expected to play. It's not yet completely bad as I see it today. Yes, politics, I always argue, is a struggle. Even in the APC, people think everything is Uhuru. It's not completely the case. If you look at their Congress recently, it was postponed at the early stage. Why was it postponed? It was postponed because they let the nomination forms open and everybody bought. And when everybody bought, they now realized that, look, if you don't control this, there's going to be a problem. And of course, you saw what happened. Even till today, you find people who are not happy with the way the thing went. I see a possible implosion coming up, and the opposition might be the barrier for it. So, yes.
Before we go back to Comrade Adebayo, you talked about the race to 2027, and 1 hour is not much for the House to start seeing changes. It has happened before. I know you can still predict Nigerian politics. We've seen that played out in the National Assembly before now. But most persons believe that the ruling party has been able to cause a fragment in most of the opposition parties, especially the PDP, we have the Labour Party and the rest of them. Do you think what is happening now is a way of muscling the opposition party so that they will now be players, or they will now dance to the tune of the sitting those in power? For instance, look at state governors are all decamping to the APC. We have just 2 man standing for the PDP. And most persons say it's because they have to rely on the states, or rather rely on the federal government for allocation. And you know what's happening now? Since the removal of the fuel subsidies, so much has been pushed to the state. And this, some persons say, as a factor. Look, if you don't dance to the tune of the state administration, you might not get what is due to you as a state. I don't know if you see it from that perception before we go to Adebayo.
What I see from the defection of governors to the ruling party is not necessarily because there's something too attractive in the APC that is pulling them. What I see is all self-survival, of this mindset that if I'm not here, maybe the system might not be as transparent to allow me win a good, in a context. So people are now pushing themselves into the ruling party, to survive. And I don't even also think that the idea of going to the ruling party is to enable development in the states, because with the removal of subsidy, more money had gone to the state, and some of the state governors obviously are doing very well. If you look at the state of Abia, a lot of persons have given credit to that governor. He's still not in the APC, but he's using the resources given to him effectively for his state and in some other states. So I don't succumb to the argument that the reason why they're moving in there is because they need to attract something more. It's just a mindset that there's this seeming situation that looks like, oh, the system will not be fair to all. Therefore, let me go where I can, take advantage of the system. But it's not yet, Uhuru. I can assure you, in the last election when PDP held sway in 2015, you remember that with all the effort made by PDP, Nigerians rallied together and supported the APC to win. We have worse situation in the country today than compared to that period. And if you've been following my line of argument, I've always maintained that politics is such a serious business that should not be left in the hands of politicians alone. The entire political class constitutes less than 3% of our population. So the other 97% of Nigerians can rally together, rally around any political party that is not necessarily among the first two in our rating today, and then a new leader may emerge, because if each one vote counts, we have 97% of our population who are not members of political parties, who don't belong to any political party. All we need to do is rally around any other party that sells a vision that we think is good, not minding whether there's a conscious or unconscious balkanization of political parties, whether the fragmentation is deliberate or not. But we can find that in their proposal to Nigerians, in their manifesto to Nigerians, in their value proposition, there are better alternatives. I think Nigeria.
Let's bring in Adebayo, Dr. Obi, so that he can react to some of your points there. Community Adebayo, if you can hear me, is it a possible survivor or try to win the next election?
The issue of the campaign.
State governors decamping. We've seen that as it stands now, we have just two political parties. PDP has just two governors. Then we have one in Abia, for Labour Party.
Another one in Osun State. You see, the two governors remaining in PDP is likely to remain only one. Even the only one to probably migrating somewhere. The major reason for these decampments here and there by senators, by House of Reps members, by governors, and by other politically exposed persons is due to the transactional nature of Nigerian politics. The Nigerian politics is majorly transactional, not ideologically based. It is because it's not ideologically based, the reason why people can drop their party today and do another one tomorrow and move from another. Look at some of the people in the opposition. You can see this political nomadism, the political nomadism of moving from one party to the other, drop this one, go this one. It's because Nigerian politics is basically, transactional and not ideological, and that's quite unfortunate. You don't see people dumping in advanced democracies. Of course, our own is still, still developing. In advanced democracies, you don't wake up tomorrow and hear that somebody in the Labour Party yesterday has become the Conservative Party. It's very rare. It's just about less than 5% of that kind of political movement. You don't wake up one day and see somebody who was in the Republican Party yesterday or last month or last year has come to the Democratic Party. No, it doesn't happen that way. Maybe it's because we are just developing, but it is not. It doesn't go well for democracy. It is the reason why the opposition has been coming under severe criticism, because they see us as an unserious group of people. Just recently, Professor Odin Kalu called the opposition, said opposition forces are a disgrace. Recently, one of your colleagues, a news anchor on the right, if you call the opposition as a coalition of unserious people, a coalition of jokers, that's Rufai Hussaini. It is because we are not being proactive enough. In political anthropology, there's something they call scenario mapping, scenario analysis, and then scenario demo. You have to be proactive. It is not today that they have given. We have to find a way. The opposition needs to be strategically above board to find a way to beat this system, the kind of system that APC is bringing about, to make sure they frustrate opposition activism and opposition preparations. These things can be beaten. All we need to do is to ensure we are on top of our games in terms of strategy, in terms of mobilization, in terms of contact with the grassroots mobilization. It should not be that I am of the opinion that rather than rushing to register members into opposition political parties, now this stage should have started long ago. Knowing that the APC will have something up their sleeve, we know that they are not likely to allow everybody to just to leave the political terrain undisturbed like that. So we should have prepared for all this. It should not be when we are giving ultimatum that people started, opening online registration portals. It should have started. Nobody stops the opposition from registering members since after the 2023 general election. Knowing what happened then, we should know that the current party in power, we have one or two things to do. There should have been a scenario mapping ahead, thinking ahead, and preparing ahead, and being proactive to be able to mitigate some of these things that are.
As we move forward, Comrade Adebayo, let's look at 2027. It's less than 10 months, and we'll start. Preparations are already in top gear. We see INEC has released timetable for some of the elections and for political parties to start organizing primaries, just like what is happening already in some parties have held their wards election. Now, let's look at the implication of what implication would this be to the conduct of 2027 election if we keep having opposition parties being muzzled to one side. And secondly, you are a member of the coalition. If you cast your mind back to where late President Muhammadu Buhari came on board on APC, we saw it was a coalition of different political parties, about 3 or 4 of them that came and formed that coalition and gave PDP a run for its money. Do you see that happening if PDP, that is said to be the biggest opposition party, collapses? Do we have faith in a coalition that will give APC a run for its money in 2027?
Naturally, one will expect that should have been what will happen. I would have been happier for that if that's what will happen. Because I cannot imagine under this type of dispensation for the APC to be in the opposition and be behaving the way the opposition is behaving now. We need to be more effective and be more proactive. I keep saying that. There are a lot of things that it should have been better. Let me say this. I'm not a member of the obedient movement. I'm not an obedient. But if you look at the coalition, the ADC coalition today, the most popular opposition presidential aspirant in this country today, unarguably or even arguably, is Peter Obi, in my own opinion. Anywhere, any north, south, or anywhere that you go today, Peter Obi remains the most popular opposition presidential aspirant in this country today. Why can't all other presidential hopefuls and aspirants in the coalition step down for him and collectively support this one man and get this one man on the ballot, bring in more opposition political parties, carry them along, and have this man, and then back this man and support this man for this 2027 election as the APC.
Okay, and sincerely, because of time, we may have to bring in Dr. Obi for him to give us his reaction. If we should be seeing a change in 2027, what role can the coalition parties or coalition party plays to give APC a run for its money in the next election?
Like I said earlier, we still have ample time. I still believe that they'll act together. We have a few months to primaries. Once a candidate emerges, a credible candidate emerges among the opposition political parties, I'm sure the opposition can still rally themselves around. And I keep maintaining that the larger opposition should not be seen from the partisan political parties. Nigerians are the ones at the receiving end. They are the ones that will determine who wins or not. They should not bother so much about whether the opposition has organized itself so much or not, knowing that most of what is happening to the opposition is around. It's not necessarily the opposition can put itself together. There are some that are making sure that the opposition don't work together. Nigerians who are the receiving end should support the opposition, whether they are strong or not, to make sure that they change the government so that we begin to force ruling government to give Nigerians what they. Or if we wait until we wait for all the opposition to align themselves properly, and I can assure you, if opposition is strong today and Nigerians refuse to vote for them, it won't work. So I plead on Nigerians who are the ones suffering insecurity, suffering hunger, unemployment, poor economy, to be the ones to be the deciders of what will happen in 2027.
But the challenge we have, if you can hear me, is the issue of ideology, just like Adebayo raised earlier. Most persons do not even understand the ideology of most of the political parties. If you are talking of Nigerians coming out to support particular political parties, we don't know the ideology. Are we being ruled by ideologies or the financial gains?
We're actually ruled
by
ideology. We're actually ruled by ideology. Almost all politics in Nigeria took their ideology and a manifesto, a second chapter of the Constitution, that the diversity principle of state policy. That's where most of the parties, even though that thing is not justiciable, which is what many of us think that if we say you're going to give education, what happens? If you're going to give us health, what happens? Assuming that has happened, show you that the political party is based. The challenge is that most of the politicians themselves are transactional. They don't even sit down to think about these ideologies. Like in National Rescue Movement, we're talking about a social justice system that will be governed under a rule of law for peace, productivity, and shared prosperity. This is what drives the National Rescue Movement. The PDP and APC have really not got a clear-cut ideological difference, which is why it's always easier for someone to move from there to the other. They are basically the same people. But whether there's ideological base, yes, there are some political parties, the NRM, the PRP, quite a good number of PDP parties that, if you look at the ideology, they are enshrined. And if it is from these parties I mentioned, it's difficult for somebody who moves from that party to any of these other parties because they are driven by their ideologies.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chinedu Obi, the National Chairman of Rescue Movement. Thank you so much for your thoughts this morning on the program.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Nigerians.
All right, let's get Adebayo, Comrade Adebayo, for your last thoughts as we wrap up this very segment. Can you hear me, Adebayo?
Well, yes, I can hear you. My conclusion would be that the opposition should not waste its energy on blaming APC for everything that is happening in the opposition. We should just concentrate on developing effective countermeasures against whatever we believe is being done against us. It's not to just sit down and playing the blame game. We should learn. How did the APC? How was the APC playing its opposition activism when it was not in power? Yes, we may not be comfortable with some of the things they are doing, but we are not doing now. Mobilizing, we cannot just sit on social media and thinking that Nigerians will listen to us. We have to mobilize the grassroots. We need to talk to the people. We need to mobilize the masses. We need to, let the people be aware of the inefficiencies and the incompetencies of this government. Yes, everybody is suffering the socioeconomic pain from this government, but are we doing enough as opposition to rally the people around our own alternatives? What alternatives are we providing for the people? And then I keep saying, a divided house cannot stand. The opposition needs to come together in order to be stronger, in order to be more effective, and in order to be more focused. If you have a divided house, there's no way you can get anything done. And I don't know. It's not. It doesn't go well. And even ineffective opposition is as bad as a bad government.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that last thought. Of course, divided house can be together. That was your last take from Comrade Mark Adebayo, National Spokesperson for Coalition of United Political Parties, CUPP. Thank you again for joining us. All right, we'll quickly join our Lagos studio for the continuation of the program this morning on ITV with Patricia.
Network Network Center for the continuation of TMI. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels. Of course, it is a Tuesday morning, a beautiful Tuesday morning here in Lagos, and we're going to be looking at the double political party registration. And there's a penalty for that. Is the penalty reasonable or just another political play out in the nation? Of course, we know that 2027 elections are drawing very close, and then the politicians are beginning to do their thing. When we say their thing, we know that at this time, everybody is trying to, be responsible politician and hook up to a party where he thinks he will win election or he's fully recognized. And a lot of buhaha has been going on in our political sector here in Nigeria, especially with the ADC not being given the opportunity to display or give the opportunity to gather and have their own programs. They've been being attacked, like starting from the Port Harcourt attack. Their offices were burned down in Port Harcourt, and then we saw very recently in Calabar, where they were not allowed to gather together. And we also saw what happened in Benin, what played out in Benin. So we are asking, don't we deserve to have opposition party in Nigeria? Anyway, welcome again to TMI from our Lagos Network Center. And so today, to look at all of these, I'm going to be having with me Ogenchukwu Kama Osiebu. Ogenchukwu Kama Osiebu is the managing director, run all group of companies, and he is also a political analyst. And I must let you know, he's a youth. He will speak more of for the youths of Nigeria. Okay. Is a penalty that has been set out for this double party registration, or is just a politics? So let me begin in with plain to Nigeria, what double political registration in Nigerian framework?
Yes, they are registered to do two parts, being leg one leg out. I'll take it angles. First of all, you take it from the common Nigerian now has the ability to actually register for a party and actually pick who would actually represent them at every stage of the election. So before now, it used to be delegates and super delegates. We used to hear about delegates going to Abuja, and then they are the ones who pick who represents the APC or any other party. However, now, with the new Electoral Act, I can go and register as an APC member or as an ADC member and actually vote in the primaries for who I want to represent me in the election. In political terms, it means that a politician now has to run two different elections, because now he no longer has to play with that elite political class, but now he has a wider base to actually play politics first in his party before he then goes to the general election. However, also on the politician side, you are only allowed to join one party, unlike times where we would hear that somebody lost their primaries here and then decamped to somewhere else.
Yeah, okay.
Now it's just you stay in one party. If you lose there, that is the end of your political journey.
Good.
You cannot jump to another party and go and take a ticket and run again.
Okay, but we have Wike, the minister of the FCT minister, who we can say is playing double political parties membership, because he's neither in the PDP nor is in APC. What do you describe that situation as?
So I would say Wike is a political unicorn, in the sense that he is clearly a PDP member. You can see that he's very involved in internal dealings of the PDP with what is happening between the factions in the PDP. However, he has the favor of the APC. But if you notice, he doesn't play internal politics of the APC at all. He clearly stays within his realm in the PDP, but at the same time knows that he has friends in the APC that are in the executive or in the legislative, but you don't see him in the inner workings of the party. You don't see him asking who's the secretary and trying to play the inner workings of the politics of the APC. But in the PDP, that's where he's active.
In the PDP, there's always active, but in the politicking for APC, he's actually very active if we take a look at what happened in Abuja local government elections. I mean, because he was all out for the APC. It was obvious. We all saw it. So what's your take on that?
So Nigeria is a place where, as a politician, you must do what would make you survive. Wike understands that the PDP is a broken faction, it's a broken party right now, and we can see that there's only two governors that are actually active, Bala Mohammed and Makinde. So he knows that that party is broken. So for him to be able to have the political goodwill of the president, he must deliver the APC regardless. But as a smart politician, he knows that he can still play with the politics of the PDP to be a let's call it a spoiler. Let's call it that.
Okay. Anyway, let's move on. Some critics say the enforcement of these rules could be politically motivated. Do you think this concern is valid?
I don't think so. Generally, about what's coming out, the first thing that we think of is it politically inclined? Is there a witch hunt to it? However, in this type of scenario, I believe that it actually adds just a layer of clarity and a layer of transparency in the sense that now politicians can't play that game anymore. They can't go one place and then go somewhere else, which actually removed credibility from our political system in the past. But now that this law is in place, it stops that. Again, Nigeria is a place where you can create a law, but the enforcement of it is where the problem
lies. So in your view, are these laws reasonable or sufficient to deter political manipulations?
Again, it's down to enforcement. You're telling somebody, a politician that is a multi-billionaire that's 2 years in prison or 10 million naira. But more importantly, in that amendment that was passed by the House, we must actually tell people it hasn't been passed by the Senate and the President. So it's not a law yet, but it's been passed by the House. And in that one scenario, it said that you will be voided in both parties. So that creates that is where the real punishment is. It's not in the 10 million now or the 2 years. It is in that one fact that if you're caught doing this, you are voided in both parties. So that is the end of your journey.
Okay. Looking ahead of 2027, it's drawing near, it's very close, you know, and activities in the political parties have started happening. What impact could this issue have on political alliance and party strategies?
Again, like I said, this comes down to Nigerian politics is very expensive. Now, before you had a limited amount of delegates to actually work with. Now, let's use the ADC as an example. Let's just say Peter Obi actually we expect him to actually go forward for the presidential slot. If he goes forward and an Atiku goes forward, now you're allowing the whole country to register as ADC. Now, he has to play politics of every single geopolitical zone. Unlike before where it was just delegates. Now he has to play towards the northeast, the northwest, and the south, everywhere. So if we look at how normal elections run out, he may not be able to secure that vote. What we notice in the general have to think about in the party structure, within the party primaries. So it's for lack of a better word, leads you to run two separate elections, which is two major expenses for you. And again, most of these politicians before now were only thinking, okay, I only have to deal with the delegates, which are basically your political gatekeepers. If you play your politics there and it's fine. But now the jack on the road is an ADC member. So you have to find a way to secure his vote as well. So everybody that registers as an ADC member online has the right to pick who they want to represent ADC.
Oh, really? That's how it works now?
That's how it works.
Okay, let's deviate a little from today's topic. We're going to be coming back to this topic. Let's talk to you as a youth. What are the expectations of Nigeria youths in the forthcoming elections?
Credibility. As the youth, I believe we cannot think short term because one day we would be the elders of society. So what we want is credibility. We want a process that is credible, where we know that when we go to the polls and we pick somebody, the pictures of those forms that are taken at the polling unit, when they're added up, it actually leads to the candidate that we thought will win. However, what is actually happening is, I believe the youth aren't really taking the right view of politics actually. What do I mean? I believe politics in Nigeria has become very grandeur in a sense. We all think about the president and the governors, but your local government chairman, your councillors, they have allocations now. They are given money by the federal government. So you're meant to hold them accountable. You're meant to be active in that level. Your House of Rep member, those are the people that are active, that are actually representing you, and they're touching distance from you. So as the youth, I believe credibility is won in the long term, but active participation in the lower ranks of politics, because it's those lower people that would eventually become your president in 20, 30 years. So if you can pick properly in your local government, which is maybe 5,000, 10,000 people, and you're active there, then there's no way that in the future the system will not become credible, because if the system is producing the right people in those lower ranks, because the youth are asking the right questions and are actually challenging people, then the president in 20, 30 years' time would be a product of that system. But the system needs to be corrected from the lower ranks, rather than this grandeur, oh, what is the president, how can we influence? Those type of politics are a bit too big for us right now.
Okay, with the body language of the ruling party right now, do you think they're giving the youth the opportunity to express themselves and, you know, really play this kind of politics that you are just talked about?
Honest to God, I believe that they do, but we don't actually, we're not active. Your local government chairman, yes, he must have been handpicked by the godfather or whatever, but at the end of the day, that election is only about 5,000 people. If you're actually going and canvassing for those people, then you would make a change. It's the same in Abuja, for example. ADC picked a candidate that wasn't very, ADC picked a candidate that wasn't very popular. Wike came out and said it. He said that APC picked a candidate that was actually an Abuja indigene. That was why that election swayed the way it did. Now, most people will think, oh, yes, there was manipulation and whatever, but the politics that happened to produce that ADC candidate was not well thought out, and it was a youth. Mm-hmm. It was a youth at the end of the day. So in that sense, you need that organization in the lower ranks. The APC would, obviously, the Senate, the president, the governors, all of them will return. But what are we actually saying about the House of Rep members? It's two federal constituencies. Mm-hmm. So two local government produce one rep member. Mm-hmm. If you're active there, you can make a change.
Well, this is the change that all Nigerians want to see. But believe me, I think some Nigerians would not want to agree with you, because especially the youths, they will say they are active, but I know that they are active on social media. Do you think being active on social media can bring this change that the youths want?
Best way to explain it is social media is a flame, but it's not engine. It lights up certain topics and it makes people more, like, take example 2023. It was a moment where everybody learned and became slightly political conscious because of the obedient movement. Mm-hmm. But how many of us actually still care about it today? Not many of us. Only when the topic comes up again on social media do you then fall back and then go and read about it. But are you actively thinking, are you actively looking long-term into Nigeria's political landscape and seeing what is going on? Social media is nice for spreading of information and misinformation, to be very honest, but it is not an engine of where political change will actually happen, to be very honest.
Social media.
Yes.
So what do you think, or how do you think the youths of today should play politics and the government of today will listen to them?
We tried it in NSAS. We tried it in NSAS and it didn't
and that didn't work.
Yeah, that didn't turn out too well for us. So, again, Ideally, to me, I would love a youth party that is actually led by somebody that is credible, first of all, but has the mindset of what I spoke about, where take a local government and go and run an election in local government and put in somebody credible there and let the person do well. And from that local government, let the person grow to be a House of Rep member. Grassroots politics is where the Nigerian elite, political elite, control. They have a structure. When they talk about structure, it means that they have it from the grassroots.
Yeah.
So the only way to remove that political structure is to go down to the grassroots and start from scratch, start from a credible councillor that becomes a local government chairman. And again, social media, brand him properly, spread him around, let people know that, oh, in this local government in, let's just say example, Kogi State, there is this local government chairman that came through this party that did the right thing and actually is doing something politically conscious. Now that would awaken more people in more places to try their luck and to actually join this political party and start from the grassroots and go.
My concern is the concern of majority of Nigeria. They are complaining that this political leaders and political that want in the politics does not give them the opportunity to start from the grassroots, just outlined.
To be very honest, they're correct. The older politician, the old guard don't want to go. Just let's take, for example, the Senate. The Senate is looking like a retired home for ex-governors. But it's the Senate, when back in time, is a place for conversation. It's for just go and have your prayer. It is electoral to show combat, push people forward. But again, Nigeria is not a place where you take a short-term view to the problems at start. I started by saying one day we're going to be sitting, I'm going to be the open, talking to the long-term view of what the change will, because it's not 8 years, it's not 16 years. We're looking at about 24 years where we want this change to be. If you're thinking in 27, you're just going to, put everything possible. But these have an expiry date, sorry to say, and they're going to go at some point. We need to start to strategize for that can take advantage of when that fall happens, and then we can chuck our head inside.
Let's look at the obedience movement. The obedience movement is mainly made up by the youths. You know, most youths in Nigeria are the ones powering the obedience movement. But there's this, we also have Rotimi Amechi, who is also looking into that. So, but the youths are saying if the ticket is not given to Peter Obi, they back out. What's your take on that?
So I believe that they found it. So not that Peter Obi is unblemished, but they found a credible person that they want to get behind. Again, the obedient movement is one that, if we look at the political journey of, or the political landscape of Nigeria, we do realize that after 2027, when it shifts back to the north, that's the end of Peter Obi's political journey. After 2027, if he does not become president of Nigeria, there is no other chance for him to become, because in 2031, it is the turn of the north. We must be very, as youth, you don't try and break a system that's been in place for many years. It will go to the north. Now, with that happening, what then happens to the obedient movement after? So you must, that's why I said we must organize first as a body, because at the end of the day, there's a reason why politicians go to old retired teachers to go and politic with them because they're a voting bloc. If the youth don't understand that they can come together as a voting bloc and have a decision and take a stand, it doesn't matter the person, because when the obedient move, when Peter Obi stops in 2031, are you going to say there's no Peter Obi, I will not vote? No, it can't work that way.
It can't work that way. Let's come back to our main topic of today. Our main topic of today, we're looking at double political party registration. And so, do you believe Nigeria's electoral body has the technology and the administrative capacity to properly dictate and prevent multiple registration?
So I like how you broke that down, technological or administrative. So technologically...
Whichever way you want to break it down.
Technologically, the House did say that they are in sync. So parties have now had to sync with INEC to actually have one database. But it is the administrative that the problem is, because it means that the data needs to be cleaned and constantly checked between both sides, because you need to have all your APC registration and compare it to your ADC registrations. So they do have the capability. Their budget was billions of naira, so there's no reason why they shouldn't be able to do it. But again, everything comes down to political will. Will they actually look into the people that they're meant to look into, or are they just going to overlook certain people and allow it go?
Well, I'm not going to speak on that. I'm not going to speak on that. You should be telling us if that's, well, anyway, let's leave it at that. Okay, so what reforms would you recommend to make electoral registration system more transparent and trustworthy?
I think they're on the right path. The use of, we're not just going to go out and write it at a place. We're actually registering online. We're getting digital IDs and everything. But the only reform would be transparency. Nigeria needs to move away from this party alliance to a more political ideology. Ideally, if you look at America, if you look at any country, it is maybe a conservative side against a liberal side. Nigeria is more about just, I'm an APC person today, I can switch the other way. So when we reach that point, it will be much easier to do this. But in everything that they're doing, if you pick whatever side, wherever place you pick, you're able to then move in that direction, I guess.
In your view, do you think the INEC is ready for the forthcoming election?
I think they're very ready, because their budget says that they're ready.
Their budget says they're ready, but the movements, are they ready?
Again, comes down to political will. We had that in Edo State. We saw cancellations on paper. We've passed
exactly.
that.
So that's why I'm asking. We saw it too in FCT.
Yes.
At the ready, we saw where ballot papers were snatched.
The truth is that they can do it. It's just, will they do it? They have them. That's why I keep on bringing their budget. Their budget is enough to put five INEC officials at every single polling unit. They have Starlink. We all know that we have Starlink. Worst come to worst, somebody hotspots the device and you upload it. But the question is, will INEC announce actual summations that were taken at the polling unit, or will they take it back to the collation center and manipulate? So at the end of the day, it comes down to, will the INEC chairman, the new one, do what is right?
Well, we hope that he does what is right. That's what Nigerians are looking up to. Anyways, how do other democracies handle the issues of multiple party registration or party switching?
So different countries have different ways of handling it. So if you look at the US has a situation where whatever party you register for to vote for the primaries, that's why we have the DNC and all of that, that is what is then passed on to the database for voter registration. However, most countries don't have this penalty that was passed. I believe this penalty was more of a deterrent to the common man and the politicians. Again, because they have ideologies, there's no reason why Democrats would accept the Republican is really a beautiful damsel in distress or a beautiful bride, would they go and vote for a Republican? They're most likely going to vote for a Democrat because of their ideologies. But what you have in Nigeria is a situation where there is no ideological difference.
I was going to ask you that. Have we gotten to that level in Nigeria? Do we have ideology? Do we have people wanting to vote for a particular person because of his ideologies, or we're voting because, pardon me to use APC, is an APC member, and I am an APC person, or religion or tribe? So which one are we?
We're still way back because we don't have one for that affecting that people are becoming more, even with this current situation that's happening, people are becoming more cognizant that whoever I vote for actually affects my everyday life. Before, people weren't really thinking politics was part of their everyday life because I guess the economy was okay and everything. But now people are saying that 8 years of Buhari, you were in your prime. So someone that was born at 22, someone that was 22 when Buhari entered, worked for 8 years and was 30 when he was leaving. That is your prime years, and the economy was not moving at the pace that it moved during Goodluck. So that kind of person has now opened his eyes to say, oh, whoever I vote for or the fight I take during the elections would actually affect me and my family's life and generations to come.
Well, I hope that the voters know who they want to vote for and are ready to get someone that could change whatever they are expecting, from the politicians. And we hope they don't vote because of tribe or religion. Anyways, let's move on quickly. The final words. What message would you like to leave with Nigerians as political preparations towards the 2027 elections as a youth? What message do you want to leave out for the youths of Nigeria today?
Get involved in your local politics. Know who your local government chairman is. Know who your House of Rep member is. And call them. Their numbers, a lot of them, some of them are public.
Let me come in here again. A lot of people say the numbers are public, but they don't ever get response. So let's be honest about it. Yes, the numbers are public. I have tried it too, but it's not all of them, but most of them don't pick their calls.
I agree with that.
Good.
Well, it's worth a try.
So go ahead, please.
It's worth a try. But get involved in your local politics. Most of these local government chairmen, their terms are about, I think, 3 years. So when next the local government election is happening, get involved and know who your councillor is and who your local government chairman is. Why? Because they are getting allocations. So it's not like before where it was passing through the state. They're getting allocations straight from the federal. So they should be held accountable for certain things that are happening in your direct community. Rather than breaking your head about the Tinubu or the senator or the governor, there are things that the local government are responsible for in the community. And in the system that we actually practice, the local governments are the ones that are closest to the people and are meant to be held accountable. So let us start from there and actually start to make the change there before we start to think of the bigger people.
Okay. Quickly, before we go, we have just a few seconds. Before we go, I know you're putting up something together for the youth. Are you trying to use it as a political ideology for the youth in the forthcoming 2027 elections? Quickly.
No, all I want is for the youth to actually take an active learning in politics. I believe that we, as youth, as young people in general, down to the children, they should understand. Our parents knew who the talked to my parents and they knew who the military general at the top was, who the second in command, who the third in command. Right now, we don't have that information. We just know, oh, this is the president, this is the vice president. You can ask most of you, they don't even know who
the local government chairman is or whoever is representing them
in the House of Rep. So, and that's who your representative. So I just want a political education that flows all the way down and people actually start to learn, because it is political education now that leads to political consciousness in 20 years.
Thank you so much again for having the time to come here. And I hope the fuel thing did not affect you. Of course, it won't affect you. Anyway, we hope to see you again for the continuation of what we're talking about today. Thank you so much, my viewers out there, for joining us this morning. Thank you, as usual, for tuning in to ITV to watch the program TMI. I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels.
Beautiful morning. Welcome to the news update on Independent Television. I am Ahoy Davis. The Vice Chairman of the Board of ITV and Radio and former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Igbenedion, has commended the management of Independent Television and Radio for sustaining the station's reputation as one of the leading broadcast organizations in Nigeria, particularly in the South-South region. Chief Igbenedion gave the commendation on Monday when the management team of ITV and Radio, led by the Managing Director, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, paid him a courtesy and appreciation visit. Efonsa Nwangwe reports.
The visit was to express appreciation to the Vice Chairman for his consistent support to the station over the years, including his role in facilitating the rebuilding of the Bond administrative block at the nation's communication complex in Igosa, Oloko, Benin City. In his remarks, Chief Lucky Igbenedion described ITV and Radio as a flagship media organization that many Nigerians rely on for credible information and for setting the standard for societal development.
The administrative building, if your environment is not conducive to work, your output is very low. But one thing I know, or that I've observed in our client, we lack maintenance culture. We must change that attitude. We must learn to maintain what is around us. You don't have to wait for a cleaner to come and sweep before you pick a piece of paper or plastic bottle off the ground, if you see it. Because once you as a manager is doing that, the junior staff will automatically follow your footsteps.
He also expressed satisfaction with the steady growth and progress of the station as it prepares to mark its 29th anniversary celebration, scheduled for April 15, 2026.
Now you are going to get a robust working environment in terms of that administrative, the way you can have your offices and also this theater, which I'm glad to say you are going to put to good use. Because that is what will also draw the crowd to you, the theater. When you are going to do live activities, programming, broadcasting, we were saying once a month. I'm sure with time to turn to once a week.
Speaking earlier, the managing director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, said the visits became necessary in recognition of Chief Igbenedion's immense support and encouragement, which have contributed significantly to the station's continued expansion and achievements in the broadcast industry.
A couple of months back, what we would have termed as a negative and unpleasant incident happened at communication complex in Oloko, when the fire butted media. But after your visit, and on the 2nd of November at our retreat, you made a pronouncement that you will give us back the building that we lost. Our expectations was not what we are seeing there now. And in the course of also planning towards the use of that gift that you have given unto us, we found out that we cannot have the theater that we never planned for us at the last quarter of 2025 and not think of how to do it. The idea of having a theater in that building was entirely yours.
The managing director was accompanied on the visit by members of the management team, including the executive director of finance and administration, Lady Celerina Ojomo, executive director operations, Chief Elder Ugbede Uhunwonse, director of radio, Pastor Dan Omosusi, and general manager special duties, Abiodun Mudashiru, among other senior staff. From Benin, Fosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Family members, education stakeholders, and well-wishers have gathered at the hall of Nosakari College of Education in Benin City for an academic commendation service in honor of the late president and founder of the institution, Elder Nosakari Egobamie. The ceremony celebrated the life and legacy of the renowned educationist, widely remembered for his contributions to education and institutional development in Edo State and beyond. Ofere Aneto has details.
Born in 1931 in Benin City, Edo State, the late Elder Nosakari Egobamie built a distinguished career as an educationist, entrepreneur, and institution builder whose passion for learning impacted generations of students and scholars. At the commendation service, speakers described him as a visionary leader whose commitment to education led the foundation for institutions that continue to shape lives. In his citation, Dr. Michael Osasui remembered the late educationist as a lover of knowledge and a visionary administrator dedicated to advancing transformative learning.
Dr. Ambassador Elder Daniel Nosakari Egobamie exemplified the scholar administrator whose vision transcended personal accomplishment and found expression in enduring systems.
Delivering a sermon titled When Our Days on Earth Are Over, the officiating minister, Reverend Moore Wadiani, reminded the congregation of the brevity of life, urging attendees to live purposefully and leave meaningful legacies for future generations.
Look at Baba's vestiges. Look at the efforts of a great man. Our actions, our attitude, our character must be such that we reflect Christ in all we do.
Family members and associates also paid glowing tributes to the late founder, his first daughter and provost of Nosakari College of Education. Dr. Mercy Omobode described him as a devoted father, mentor, and educationist whose ideas continue to guide the institution he established.
My father believed deeply in the transformative power of education. His vision was never limited to the establishment of schools alone. Rather, he desired to raise generations.
We will miss Baba Egobamie, but we celebrate the 95 years of light which he brought into the world that so desperately needs it.
He gave food, nourishment through bread, through businesses. He empowered people.
Late Ambassador Dr. Egobamie was a man of many parts, whose impact transcended borders.
The commendation service ended with prayers in honor of the late educationist and a minute of silence as attendees reflected on a life dedicated to learning and service. From Benin, Ofure Aneta, ITV News.
The membership of the All Progressives Congress, APC, of Pameri chapter in Akoko Edo local government area of Edo State have endorsed Honorable Paul Afagase Jensen as their choice candidate for the Akoko Edo Federal Constituency in 2027 general election. Edo North Bureau Chief MacDonald Irunohar, who was at the enlarged meeting of the Pameri sons and daughters where the decision was taken, reports.
A leader of the APC in the area, Honorable Harry Ekudayo, addressing the huge crowd of party members from Akoko Edo North and South, drawn from several wards, attributed their decision to queue behind Honorable Paul Afagase Johnson to the urgent need to attract people-oriented developmental projects to the area.
Youths, women, stakeholders across the Akoko Edo North constituency, we proudly and unanimously endorse our song for Johnson Afagase. When I say Afagase, you say forward. Afagase!
And Another leader of the party, Prince Oluchi Auguste Afolabi, showed encomium on Honorable Paul Afagase Johnson for his good attitude to the people, assuring that he will do more when the people elect him as a federal legislator.
We are confident that he possesses the experience, capacity, and vision required to provide effective representation and attract meaningful development to the entire Akoko Edo Federal Constituency.
A motion for the endorsement of Honorable Paul Afagase Johnson, aspiration to represent the good people of Akoko Edo Federal Constituency seat at the House of Representatives, was finally moved by Honorable Ashifo Eri JP and seconded by Mrs. Joseph Agbogu with a massive support from the crowd.
Come 2027, our dear son, Paul Afagase, will represent us.
Let us come together and fight for our rights so that our brother, Honorable Paul Afagase, can become a winner.
The meeting ended with a pledge by all present to return to their wards, mobilize for the success of Honorable Paul Afagase Johnson at the poll. From Ibilo in Akoko Edo local government area of Edo North, McDonald Irunokai, ITV News.
Acting Chairman of ASEAN Central Local Government Council, Honorable Kelvin Iyere, has presented the 2026 appropriation bill of 10,048,657,513 naira 50 kobo to the Legislative Assembly for consideration and passage. Honorable Kevin Iyere said the budget is in line with Governor Opevolo's Shine agenda. Jonah Omarowa has details.
The focus of the 2026 budget of ASEAN Central Local Government Area, according to the acting chairman, Honorable Kevin Iyere, is designed to consolidate on the achievements of the previous budget and the Shine agenda of the state government, which includes security, infrastructure, health, education, and agriculture. Given the breakdown of the budget, the ASEAN Central acting chairman said special consideration was given to the expected earnings from the Federation account.
Capital expenditure based on sectors, administrative sectors, 50 million. Economic sector, 2,589 million. Law and justice sectors, 5 million. Social sectors, 217 million. Total capital expenditure, 2,861 million. Total budget size, 10,488 million. 657,513 naira and 57 kobo.
The leader, ASEAN Central Legislative Arm, Honorable Famous Abanehita, assured speedy consideration and passage of the bill to ensure development and service delivery across the local government.
As legislators, we are fully committed to a robust, thorough, and speedy review of this budget estimate. We pledge to work hand in hand with the executive and to ensure this budget serves the best interests of the people.
Some stakeholders commended the acting chairman for presenting people-oriented budget.
For project is project-driven, and in line with the Shine agenda, he's working. We can see that Edo is shining.
Today has actually marked the beginning of so many good things to come. By this budget, we enjoy the dividends of democracy like never before. We are praying that you get the resources to execute this project.
The 2026 ASEAN Central Local Government Area budget is tagged Budget of Transformation. From ASEAN Central Local Government Area, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
This is where we'll call it a wrap on the news update on Independent Television. Thank you so much for watching. I am Ikoy Davis. Good morning.
ITV.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa
played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwe seed. Ayo or Akwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Ẹgbẹ̀júwà ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà ọba àtọ́pẹ́ yìí.
Omonoba Nedu Ukwakolopolo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Soton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Immortal Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Immortal Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, Chok, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet. The Ekoko masquerades from Ute village, whose cult is connected with Obaeware and his mother, Elere, appear on this occasion to bless the Oba. Ekoko is a ritual masquerade that dances to please the guests and the Oba.
ITV, certainly the best.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom were showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
thank you so much for joining us today on the program Healthy Living. I'm Adesu Walsawage. Today we want to look at kidney disease, which is a condition where the kidneys get damaged and can't filter waste from the blood properly. It is also known as nephritis or renal disease. And today we're going to be talking to a survivor, so we're going to hear the story of kidney from a survivor. Yeah. On 15th of March was World Kidney Day. We couldn't come on air because we had other things we came up to do on the program. But today we just want to talk about kidney, looking at it from the angle of a survivor, because some persons don't survive it. Yeah, some persons don't, but at least hearing from a survivor will kind of give hope to those who are suffering that disease right now. So my guest today is going to be Esohe Usagedie Goodwin. She is the CEO Eso Kidney Alive Foundation, and she's joining us from the UK, and she's going to be telling us so much about this disease. We'll take a very short break, and when we come back, we'll bring our guest to you. Stay tuned. Thank you for staying tuned. Esohe Usagedie Goodwin is joining us from the UK. She is the CEO Eso Kidney Alive Foundation, and she is a survivor. Esohe, how are you? Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. I'm fine. I'm great. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. All right. A lot of persons already know what kidney disease is. Can you just talk to us how it affected your daily life?
Kidney disease is not, it's supposed to be something that even if you are affected, you can still carry on with life normally. Maybe not 100%, but at least 50% of your life is still left with you. But having kidney problem in Nigeria is a big deal. It affects the entirety of your life. It affects, for me, it affected everything about me, my purpose, my dreams, aspirations. Everything was on pause when I had my kidney failure. And because one of the biggest challenge of kidney failure is financial constraint. And unfortunately, since the medical attention in Nigeria is not free, so it became a big challenge for me, myself, and my family. So things were really, really rough. People actually supported, but it was not enough, because that's what dialysis does. You go today, you spend the entire money that people gave to you. Tomorrow, you're expected to come again to the hospital. It's continuously until you eventually get your transplant. So for me, it was the biggest and the most challenge of my family's life, because my dad have to sell his house just to make sure that we have money for dialysis. My mom ran into debt. We became beggars. And I want to say big shout out to ITV, because ITV actually supported me then by showing me on the screen and just helping me to reach out to the general public, to reach out to me financially. So it was a big nightmare. Yeah, it was a nightmare.
All right. Did you experience any symptoms before the diagnosis? Was there any symptom at all?
Yes. So, but then I'm going to list the symptoms. But what happened is that when those things were showing, I did not know about kidney failure. My parents did not know anything. So it was all about ignorance. But now, more reason why I'm carrying out what's it called, an awareness program in Edo State and also in Delta State, just telling the general public what symptoms are there that you need to watch out for. For me, when I was really little child, because my kidney problem started when I was 9 years, which they didn't pay attention to it. I was always having foamy urine. So when I pee, I noticed that there's particles of foam on it, and it's been there for years. It became serious that I was even admiring my urine. Like, I used to tell my friend, like, do you know when I pee, foamy substances are still there? I don't know what that, and I'm not. I told them, I said, I'm not drinking beer. My pee looks like a beer, beer substance like alcohol. So they used to laugh at me, but I didn't know that was a big sign of kidney problem. I was always fatigued. They called me the most lazy child among 5 in the house. I'm always lazy doing anything. Before I climb one staircase, I'm breathing hard. I experienced that for many years, even when I was employed in Edo State as a teacher. After teaching one class, I would run to one empty room to go sleep because I can't even hold myself. So I was really fatigued. I was I was having shortness of breath. I was having swollen faces. I didn't know that those were retention of fluid in my body. You know how a pregnant woman looks when they are pregnant, like swollen feet, swollen face. Yeah, I was always having that. And yeah, off and on from the hospital every time they are treating malaria. Because that time when I'm always sick, I'm the only one always sick among 5 children. And they will always say, it's malaria, take malaria medication. There's no medication then, no malaria medication I didn't take. And those were actually contributors to the reason why my kidney failed on time, because I kept taking lots of antibiotics, and of course painkillers as well. Then the one major one was what's it called? Toilet. They call it toilet infection, but it is urinary tract infection. I was always having urinary tract infection, and this is one thing I'm always telling young ladies that come across my life, and I tell them check out for urinary tract infection, because I thought it's because me I'm using public toilet, that's why. But unfortunately, it comes from the infected kidney to my bladder. So I didn't know the problem was from within. I was always treating it. I took lots of painkillers, antibiotics, and over time, after 15 years, when I was 9, was when my kidney eventually packed up. Yeah. So these were the signs I actually noticed before I had my kidney failure.
As a survivor, what signs would you advise people not to ignore, apart from the urine, apart from the foreign urine?
Yeah, I just mentioned urinary tract infection for ladies. It happens to men as well, but because of the way our genital system are, as ladies, we are prone to urinary tract infection more. So they should watch out for urinary tract infection. They should watch out too for the kind of things they put into their body, because the kidney is the engine room of the body. It's just like your engine in your car. And the only way your kidney will work effectively is when you drink a lot of water and you eat the right food. So people should watch out for Sorry about that.
Okay, go ahead, please. Are we good now?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes, so sorry about that. Yeah, so people should watch out for the type of food and things they take into their body, because if you listen, I just said I was taking a lot of malaria medications, which is self-medication, which is one of the practices we have a lot in Nigeria. People just fall sick and go to the pharmacy, give me this. Everybody is a pharmacist, so they should watch out for the things they put into their body, both medication, both food, expired food and drinks. All of these things do not just knock the kidney one day. It's when we do this continuously, and then after a while, the kidney definitely will fail. So they should watch out for whatever substance they put into their body. Is it water? Is it food? Is it liquid? Because a lot of people take a lot of hard drugs. They smoke. I preach about this all the time. Smoking is one leading cause as well. Again, smoke, alcohol, foods that are not actually processed properly. A lot of food these days are artificially processed. Watch out for those things. And then, of course, drink a lot of water, because what is helping people these days is, despite the fact that we take some poisons and some chemicals into our body, but when we take a lot of water, it helps the kidney to work effectively, to flush them out. So that's why you hear everybody say drink water, because sometimes you can't control some of the food that we eat, especially those of us in abroad. Most of their food are not organic. So what we use to support ourselves is the water intake. At least we get good clean water here. So this is my advice to people. You watch out for anything.
Transplant journey. How was your how was your transplant journey was then? Because nowadays you see that some persons who even go through transplant, when they find donors and all of that, it does not match with them. And most often the time, it fails. The problem continues. And when the person cannot keep it anymore, the person dies. So tell us about your transplant journey. What made it so successful?
Yeah, I'm so grateful for the fact that, you know, anything about medical world, sometimes we have mistakes, we have these are human beings, these are not robots. So sometimes mistakes happen, and sometimes negligence is there as well. I didn't do my transplant in Nigeria. It doesn't mean that there are no good transplantations in Nigeria. There are good and effective doctors too. But I was just so scared. So we did ours in India, and my mother became my donor. And I can tell you categorically that the test results, I mean, the test my mom went through before she was proven to be my donor was rigorous test. You know, we were even saying, is this test not enough? They said, no, your mom will come again for another, but we don't want to hear any mistake. Those were doctors that were actually diligent in their duties, you know. So when you hear that transplant is done and some persons come back and say it doesn't match it, for me, I'm not a doctor, but I think like if you go to a good hospital and doctors pay attention to very minute things that people will ignore, those are the things that might result to big problem after the transplant. If they pay attention, I don't think there will be any problem, because I have experienced the life of transplant. It's beautiful. Mine was successful, and it was beautiful. Back to life again, back to normal again. I've seen successful people for many years. Their transplantation has lasted for 40-something years, 50-something years, and they are still going, you know. So sometimes life happens. Some people, we don't know what really happened. Spiritual reasons might be there, or even mistakes from the patients themselves. So I don't know how to put it, but one just needs to be careful when you go do your transplant, and also the doctors that attend to you, if they're very effective, to tell you. For me, I'll tell you one thing. The doctors that I know about, they will tell you, even if this person is a match, but in the next 20-something years, there will still be a problem with that kidney. So we're not going to, are you willing to go ahead with the surgery or not? So if you sign yes, then that's on your risk. If you say no, they'll stop and find you a better match. So that's how they value lives here. But I don't know about other places, but life after transplant is beautiful. You know, I'm an advocate for it. If you have
life after transplant, how is your diet like? Just generally your lifestyle after transplant.
My lifestyle after transplant was great. I even joined sport before I left Nigeria. I was always jogging in the morning. Yeah, we had a running group that I joined. So it's not like the life is fragile. No, it's back to normal. I know footballers over the world that have done transplant that are also footballers playing professionally. So my life is beautiful. Yeah, back to work, doing what I know how to do best, back to the studio. My diet is normal because I don't have any internal problem. So people that struggle with transplants most times are people that have internal problem like diabetes, you know, and other kind of strong internal problems. Those ones have to mind their diet and mind the things they do. But for me, I would just, till date, I don't think they've seen the reason why my kidney failed, actually. So I'm back to normal. I'm not hypertensive. I'm not diabetic. So my diet, everything is normal. I'm living a normal life like any other person. The only thing is that I am more careful of the things I put in my body, of the things I eat, of the water I drink, because I'm just keeping a normal, healthy lifestyle of what everybody should do anyway. But for me, I know what I went through, and I don't want to go through it again. So I'm keeping a normal, healthy lifestyle. Yes.
All right, so I wish we could go on and on because you have such an interesting story to tell there. I'm so glad you're fine, you're good, and I hope that this talk with you today will definitely encourage one or two or so many persons out there who are sufferers and are waiting for transplantation and hoping for a better life like your own. Thank you so much, Esohe, for finding time to be with us on the show today. We hope to do this again very soon.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
All right, so do have a great day and enjoy the rest of your life. All right, people, this is it on the show today, and I want to believe that those who are down with kidney disease and all of that will find succor someday soon. Do have a beautiful afternoon. Bye-bye.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Ahwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of famine. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Ahwa seed. Ayo or Ahwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Ahwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
I go.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Vaya, sigue.
tayo. Hey matae, weka tayo. Ekasayo wama tiga fatwa semen. Oh, akimanza done woma. Kasayo akimanza done woma. Oh, arunyu.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome to Viewpoints on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and today on Viewpoint we're going to be talking about the current electricity issues and situations that we as business owners, as individuals, are facing in Nigeria, as over 80% of households lack adequate access to grid, as Nigeria's electricity sector suffers from chronic liquidity trap and infrastructural decay, leading to frequent national grid collapses, with generation dropping below 4,200 megawatts, far short of the 4,000 megawatts required for its citizens and population. It is a Viewpoint on ITV, and we're going to be looking at some of the key issues affecting our electricity sector in Nigeria. I am Caroline Okonji.
In terms of security of it, we need light. And based on that, in some areas, it makes it difficult for us when we are on patrol at night. And we are even begging the state government to try and do something, at least by supplying street lights in some area that are dark in the night. In most cases in our community, there are places that is very dangerous, that without light we cannot do anything of such. For so doing, we want, as a matter of urgency, the Edo State government to try and do the needful, so that the security will be okay for us, so that we can be able to work effectively.
The issue of NEPA issue that you came from is very rapid to us, in the sense that the NEPA look as if we are not a citizen of Nigeria, because since a month there's no light in us. We have been passing through. Which NEPA, anytime they came, a minute or 30 minutes to, they will come and bring the light to us. That is, we are not expecting them to come and collect their bill. Indirectly, we are expecting bill from them to come and collect it. Within that hour or 2 hours, you will see a number of people with a LiDAR. They will come. They will come. And after their collection, there is nothing like light again. They will block us up. I think before we have this light, they mandated us to buy a meter, which we bought. Individual. We pay through the NDC, we have our transformer here, not through NEPA. Before we got out this light, they mandated us to write an application of submitting it to the NEPA as a will to them. And we work for it. We should not claim ownership. And we fought for the transformer. And after that, again, they came that there is no oil in it. We pay up to 1 point something a day. Before. After all that, they came up again, said it was meter issue again, that every community, every houses have to have a meter, which we did. We have to. I have my own receipt. I have my paper meter in my residential house here. So after all that again, they came up with a past bill. We, before we make that transformer, got that transformer, we've been blacked out for 10 years here. They came with a bill to us again that we need to pay a standing bill. We went to Testament, the office there. After we left the one at the bypass, they were delivering us. Before they now refer us to the one at bypass. I don't want to mention name of the manager there. Got him there again. He said we have to go for all those things. We need to fulfill all those things which we did. After that, they now on the light for us. As they on the light, not up to a month, we are still in blackout again. So at the end of it, we went again. They said it was according to them that the electric wiring merge. That was because that they now cut us off again from EOY again, which we not pay. Read that matter again. The Chiri community, which is the Kabetu, Igbo and Igwekimi. After that, they brought a light for a week again. After a week, they cut us off again. They said EOY is owing. We now went to the office again and told them that if EOY is owing, does that mean it affects our community? We are blackout. So I told you this. So before we sort all those things, we have already made up our mind. We can go away with our neighbor. When our father was living with a lamp and all these things, we were enjoying it. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. We cannot be paying for what we are not using. So if they feel they want to cut us off from this NEPA issue, they should cut everybody off totally, so that we will know that we are not with NEPA. Not that after 3 weeks, they will not bring a light under 22 hours or 3 hours. They will come and collect their money. It's unfair to the masses.
The electricity issues and challenges that BDC in the state is devastating, in the sense that as a minister I suffer a lot in terms of electricity. As an individual, not only me, the entire people of Edo State, and not only in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole, we are really facing electricity challenge in the country, in the sense that we are not getting constant light. Even though the tariff of electricity is high, people don't even get the light. I don't know how the government will enhance constant light for the Nigerian people, especially in Edo State here. We are seeing the government are not taking a proactive step towards this direction. But if the government will be able to ensure that people are paying for electricity and they are not getting electricity, government should take a drastic step in this direction by making sure if people have constant light, people will want to pay for it.
But a situation where you don't see light, at the end of the month, you see BEDC personnel coming to people's house to come to cut lights. It's really a problem. My major concern is that let them provide us electricity and people will pay for it. But a situation whereby we don't have constant light, out of 24 hours, people cannot boast of 3 hours light in a day. It's a problem that we are really facing. People who are doing business cannot do business effectively. People who are doing business, they want to make sure their foodstuff does not get spoiled. Nobody can preserve their food again. Even though they cook, you cannot preserve it. Even though electricity for our artisans to work, they cannot get electricity to empower their equipment in order to boost productivity for the entire society. It is really a problem. The state of electricity in our country, in our state, is very poor. Very, very poor. We don't know how government is creating effectiveness on this aspect. We say Nigeria is generating electricity and the neighboring are getting electricity, and the people that are in this country are not benefiting it. Nigerians, we are crying. As a person, I am crying. We don't say as an individual we don't want to pay for electricity. We are not saying that they should give us light for free, but let them make light available and let people pay for it.
They often tell us the national grid is collapsed. So ultimately it's to develop enough capacity, the whole process of generation, distribution and the rest of it. And then the enabling law, the happy thing recently is that they have said is deregulated. You know, state governments and private investors can now enter the electricity market, generate and sell. So we do hope that will be a great deal of improvement, because without electricity, really, we are going to remain in the Stone Age. You know, we cannot industrialize. Even domestically, we cannot have the comfort we should derive from electricity. You know, we should consider all the options, whether the new sources like wind, solar in our country, so that we're able to generate enough for our consumption. The darkness is cover for any kind of nefarious activity. Yeah, so if the place is not well lit or substantially lit up, people can ordinarily hide under the cover of darkness to perpetrate just anything, not just robbery, kidnapping and whatever you have. Yeah. Don't also forget that we now have private investors. The government doesn't have so much to do with electricity anymore, apart from regulation. So they also have to maximize their profit. So it may have been a mistake in the first instance, divesting from electricity at the level of government.
Let me talk about the state where I live, where I reside. The total blackout is nothing to write up about. We really suffer when it comes to light. Edo is suffering. I think our governor is trying to, we have to do more. Our Excellency, Senator Monday, our governor of Edo, Executive Governor, you have to do more when it comes to that light issue. We are suffering. There are some of us who can provide electricity for ourselves, solar and all that. Maybe a generator, this was the case, but not everybody. And so at this junction, I think it is expedient that our governor looks straight into this issue and solve this problem. What would I call it? I don't know the right English to use. The right English right now, we have serious problem when it comes to light. Businesses are going down. Those selling drinks, those who have koro, without generator, you can't do anything. And the J is on the high side. Those small jewelry, those are better passing our neighbor used to buy them 30,000, 10,000. Now you can't buy it. Then the other one is the Tiger and the LMX 1 point something for ordinary generator. So it doesn't make any sense at all. So we're begging on our executive governor, the governor that knows what to do, to please to look into us and save us from darkness. Then when it comes to these funny BEDC people, we're raising a child that came from the US and the others. The first thing they learned in Nigeria is NEPA don't bring light. Children brought from abroad. The NEPA don't bring light. Can you imagine such? And so These funny people, 2 days, they'll bring the light on and off for 2 days. The next thing they'll come with their estimated billing. They start dragging people, wires and all that. It's high time. I think it's high time we stand our ground and let them know that we're not fools. We are Nigerians. We all own this nation. It belongs to nobody. It belongs to nobody, and it's for everybody. We should stand our ground and fight for our rights. This year, but may they pack, may they go. NEPA still better pass. You can't go out at night when there is no light. The security issue is what the government is trying. I may cannot chrome them in one day, but we individual too. Like the police used to say, see something, say something. But sometimes when you say something, they use it as a bait, and so we need to. Edo State government need to give us security as well. Nightlife in Benin is almost gone. But I also want to say kudos to our governor. For the first time, it was December free of bloodshed. It was wonderful. Look, we have most of our people in Nigeria right now, those living in diaspora, those living abroad. Many of them came December and this January. And they came and they're enjoying it. So I believe our excellent governor, our excellency can do more about that to give us more security like this. If you're traveling from Benin to Akure, Benin to Ifon, those roads are no-go area at night. You can't date. So I believe with all hands on deck and our governor and the police, our CP, let's hope and pray for our action governor to do something about insecurity.
ADDC, since they came in, I don't think they have done well by my own assessment. And darkness is synonymous with demonic things. And they have thrown their city into darkness, Benin City, Edo State as it were, is in darkness. And I think that the government should step into the matter to do something about the situation. Because the way I look at it is that, for me, I think it is deliberate. Because there are some areas that have light. They call it dedicated light. So why can't everybody have the same light? Because there are areas for 2 weeks no light, for 1 month no light. Some people have 3 hours a day. Some people have 1 hour. And if they bring light in these 20 years, so people shout, hey, they'll be saying up NEPA instead of up BEDC, which is BEDC. So the thing is that government should step in and help us. People are dying, and most people are paying for darkness. They go there, they threaten people, they bring light when it is wanted for 3 days, 2 hours, 3 days, they come and collect money and they shut it down again. So I think the government should step in. If they are going to be thrown out, they should be thrown and bring people who can give us light, who are ready to pay. To us privatized, that was a good intention by government, but the people that did it, I'm sure they gave it to their cronies who does not know anything about the management of light, and that's why we are where we are. It has really hampered nightlife because you don't work in darkness, and then the only thing that is helping us now is this solar, and people put everywhere, and some persons that have money to buy diesel and buy fuel. It's not everybody that have that kind of money, so it has really disturbed or hampered nightlife. But government is trying to bring it back by putting street light and everything. So we commend them. We pray that God will give government more power, more strength, more wisdom to do what they have to do. And the individuals are also trying by helping to lighten up everywhere. So we praise them. But for BEDC, I think they should go. Make better people.
The situation of electricity in Benin here now, I will give them at least 30%. They're not giving up the 50% from the area. But I wish the government can improve, because if you see what they happen to us now, we all they use our hand to define electricity. Some of us they go generator for us, some of us they get solar, some of us they go generate big blister. All these people get like hotel. So I wish the government they really improve for electricity. All those generators will become condemned money for our hand. You understand? So people no go they go for it. And money now they need to put, because that energy, that light will really linger. If light day for this, imagine if you come for here for Shilok Road now, government already put light, but in the evening everywhere will be dark. So where there is light, everything, even the security aspect of itself, waiting anything concerning light is too plenty. Maybe one particular. So we need light. If I come out for office now, If light no dey, we must buy generator. At least from office, they buy at least, if I'm not mistaken, 5,000 in the first year. Imagine a times 1 month, na big money. Until now money, from there I will see look at it, come here say we go for solar. Make we use solar to stabilize them because solar dey give us more, make savings from the fuel aspect of it. So if you get light, nothing like light, your light can carry AC, can carry everything for us. And to the noise, no go even give you that noise issue. So we prefer light more than any other thing.
The light is our problem. We are suffering for light. You can see our business without light, we cannot improve. We need light. The show of light is difficult to us. It's very, very, very low. I don't know if you're getting it, very low. We need light. The show of light in Edo State is very poor. Patronage is very low. You can see we import fuel at least every day 10,000, 15,000 a day. But you can stay 2 days, 3 days, no light. The show of business is very, very, very low. Very low. So we are begging government to improve the light aspect. Without light, you cannot sell bulb, you cannot sell fan. You understand? When you have light, you prepare to buy fan. Not everybody can provide solar for his house. Actually, we need light.
Electricity in Benin City or in Edo State has been with mixed feelings because to some they will give the positive nod that they are faring well with the supply of electricity, but with some become so epileptic of recent. Me personally, I have discovered that we are not paying for what we get, or we don't get what we pay for. The reason being that the regulatory body that's supposed to task the BEDC are not doing enough to satisfy a customer by way of ensuring that you get what you pay for. For those who are using prepaid meter, there are reports that suggest that even the prepaid meter is even overbilling or overcharging consumers as against what the government is telling us. Only recently we discovered that the BDC keep complaining that the the generation company is not supplying them what they ought to get, which will in turn affect the consumer. And even at a point they also raise the issue of federal government owing them. But just recently the federal government has paid a huge sum of money to liquidate what they are owing this distribution company. But looking at the experience of consumer in terms of the electricity supply, it is so appalling. They will either give you excuse of faulty transformer, which they left for the consumer to contribute money to fix, whereas it is supposed to be the onus of BDC to fix the transformer so that they can in turn supply electricity to the consumer who pay for that service. It's like you are buying a recharge card. I am not sure that the recharge card you buy is what they give you. It varies from quarter to quarter. It varies from consumer to consumer. For example, for those who have been using the analog or the estimated billing, you will discover that whatever they bring, which is not subject to negotiation, by the time you now procure your own prepaid meter, they will bring everything inside the bill and begin to roll out deductions arbitrarily without consulting with the consumer. Even the estimated billing they brought was not even discussed by the consumer. So, and there is nobody that is there to advocate for the consumer or to leverage on the complaints. Nobody to complain to. So that makes it very, very heartbreaking. So for me, I believe the federal government and indeed the lawmaker, the National Assembly, should set up a body where consumer can run to and lay their complaints, so that there can be an equilibrium between the consumer and the BDC, for example.
To wrap it up on Viewpoint on ITV, we're going to be highlighting some of the key issues that was actually mentioned by our respondents, which some said it is as a result of poor maintenance, gas supply shortage, and poor metering, just to list but a few. And the government at all levels, they are expected to do the needful and do the right thing to ensure steady power supply for citizens in order to boost means of livelihood, especially for business owners in the country. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's another lovely Monday evening. And of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on yet another amazing episode of the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Bronze. I'm talking that city where the king is truly king. Now, I'm sure there are some persons that are just joining us for the first time. Well, for those of you that are new to the program, the Guys Hangout Show is a very unique show that teaches men to prioritize themselves, to put themselves first in a society where it seems like the voices of men are hardly heard. It airs every Monday on this station. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now today, we're having a very interesting conversation. It's something that has to do with what men have to offer in a relationship. Now, a lot of times when women are asked what they have to offer in a relationship, some of them take, offense, all right? Especially when you ask them, what do you bring to the table? So, in retaliation, they usually ask what men bring to the table as well. So it's like a tit-for-tat situation. So tonight we're going to be having this conversation. And of course, to do this with me is a brother, a friend. He's a seasoned analyst. And of course, he's also very passionate about everything that has to do with masculinity.
And lover of the program.
Absolutely. Yeah. Of course, he goes by the name of Momo Lawal. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much, Ari. It's always a delight to be on the program.
Absolutely. I mean, it's always a delight to have you on the show because I know that every time you're here, there's going to be a whole lot of, buzzwords. You know what I'm talking about.
In a good way, yeah.
Absolutely. So, let's get right to the business of the day. Now, I'm going to start with a post that I, stumbled upon on social media.
Okay.
All right. Sometimes you're just scrolling down and then you see something quite interesting. So you decide to, pay attention to it. And of course, there's always something to learn as well. Now, this one says, my babe brother, it's actually in Pidgin English. My babe brother, they do everything for him. Now, once she they ask me for things. And if I tell them, say I don't get them at the moment, she go just talk, okay. If one can't do them when money don't enter hand later, she go tell me, don't worry, my brother has done it for me. Now, here's the part that I find quite interesting. He says, I just feel useless for our relationship.
Useless?
Useless.
Wow,
that's
a powerful word.
A strong word, right?
Wow, that is fascinating. Why does it feel useless?
Question, and which brings us to the question:
okay.
What do men offer other than money in the relationship?
Okay, other than money, what do men offer in a relationship? It's a very interesting one. There are a whole lot of packages, different categories, different things that men bring to the table and even outside the table. A man. Yes, of course, we know money is important in a relationship. Money can buy you gifts, Absolutely. But money cannot buy you comfort. Money cannot buy you
really?
Someone that will be...
Money cannot buy comfort? A lot of persons out there will disagree with you.
No. When I mean comfort, from a comforter, someone comforting you sometimes. Sometimes you are crying, you have money, you need someone to cheer up, a cheerleader. Money cannot be that compassionate. Money cannot buy you...
emotional comfort.
Emotional comfort, emotional comfort. And money cannot buy you that stability. A man coming into your life is not just to buy you gifts. I'm surprised that guy is saying that he feels useless. Not to buy you a gift. It can also be a form of a security for you, an emotional support for you. It can also be one who cheers you on, one who supports you. You have shared visions together. You have this goal, and okay, let us achieve this together. Okay. It's going to be there. It's going to also be there to provide for you in ways that are emotional. Women are very emotional beings, and men are sometimes, we always say men are logical. So you need this emotional support from this figure, and you also need to be, the protection may not just come from just bringing a security guard or having security, being your security and all of that. It can also be, it can be a form of an assurance, because they steadily need this showing of love to one another. So you see, for the brother that is saying that he feels useless, he has based his own relationship based on money. And I wouldn't blame him. Society makes us feel that way sometimes. But then, it shouldn't all be all about money. As a man, how decent are you? As a man, how loving are you? Because even if sometimes you see, that's what you see sometimes, a woman as beautiful as she would be, would go for a man that is not as handsome as you would think.
Not so good
because
looking.
there's something else that is in the character. It could be in the way the guy is hardworking. It could be that the man is just a comedian. You know, you can have all of these packages. Yeah, it makes her laugh, like being a comedian for her. All of this packaged into what you call a man. Then the money is the extra part. The money is the glamour. The money is what makes it smooth.
Okay.
You know, if you have class, if there's way you treat your woman without you having money and all of that, when the money comes, it's now you're treating her well with different surprises. Okay, I just booked a place for you to just go and take your spa and relax. That is money talking. But ordinarily, if there was no spa for you, when she gets home and she's complaining about that backache, you are there to massage her. You are giving her massage. Some persons say, I'm tired, I want to go and relax. There's no emotional support there. The emotional intelligence is low.
And there's this bond that's created in the process of, you know, probably offering that.
Doing that, yes, because then you now become one as partners. You know, I'm talking about husband and wife now. So if you are saying that it's only money a man brings to a relationship, it's you are just selling a half-baked story, because it bring a whole lot. And most of the times, the money may not even come from the man. The money may come from the woman, and they will be happy together.
Wow.
Yeah. So the brother that he says if he uses this, of course, let him also think about what he's saying. The brother is the one providing. People just give out some responsibility to themselves. I'm in a relationship with you. You are still not your father's house. You're staying with your parents. Yes, I can provide certain things for you. I shouldn't feel I shouldn't have the low self-esteem or feel
less of yourself.
Myself when the brother of your brother is providing for you. I should even be encouraged. Okay, your brother provided this for you, he got you a wristwatch. Cool, I like that. He has taken that wristwatch burden off me. Don't think that it's only when you provide for your woman that the woman will not attach that love to you. It could just be you're listening to her. Women love men that listen. Anybody, not men or women. Women especially love whoever listens to them. Be that listener. Not trying to, tell her, reply to everything that she said, but just listening to her and just hearing her vent. Money can't buy that. We don't have people that go and tell you, come and rent me for if you want to vent. I will just sit down if you vent to me and you pay me. Maybe very soon we'll do. We'll have that. But then it's not that. It's not. That's why I say money cannot buy everything.
It doesn't even sound realistic. But let's examine how this mentality came about in the first place.
Okay.
How did we get to the point where men feel so responsible for women's financial needs, to the point where even when the woman is not demanding, you're already feeling like you
ought to provide.
Yes, you ought to provide. How
because
did you get there?
As a man, generally, we're providers. Just the way women are, they help to build. They're builders. So a man can also be a builder and also be a provider at the same time. One can be everything. So it's and if you look at the society we're in right now, the way money is in society, if you don't have money, it seems as if you're less a man. Because
so it's a societal construct.
It could also be home training. It could also be from the house. It could also be your mindset. It could also be psychological. It could also be the movies you watch or the people, your friends, the kind of friends you keep. So, you then now start feeling, okay, I need to do certain things. Okay, but ordinarily, if you are maybe you are with a woman, and yes, if you like something, you take care of the thing. But if you do not have the money to take care of that thing that you like, it is okay to just provide elsewhere in different ways, rather than saying that I always have to try to get the money. In society now, you see a guy driving so and so kind of a vehicle, approaching the lady that is working with his girl, and the lady may be feeling okay, even if he doesn't want to fall for the first time or second time. Eventually, me just dive in and say, okay, this is comfort for me. Maybe I will manage his insult, I'll manage his brutality, I'll manage the way he shouts at me. This guy doesn't shout at me, but after all, he gives me money. So they now have this Stockholm syndrome, that they now position themselves to a way that they now feel that for that I'm using that money to settle myself for the displeasure I'm getting from this man, which is not something a woman should do to herself. You should have comfort. Yes, money may not be there, but you should be patient. You try and make your own money too. And let's we're preaching equality. Let's see how that works.
Let's practice what we preach.
Yeah, let's practice what we preach. But then it's not all about it. It shouldn't be all about money. Money, of course, makes it smooth. Money makes it sweet. Money is the icing on the cake. You can have a chocolate cake without no icing and still enjoy the cake. Eventually, you get tired. You want to have icing. You can eat eba with ogbolo without having any meat inside the food, and you still enjoy the eba ogbolo. It fills your stomach. The protein just gives you that extra
pleasure.
Yeah, so that's why I feel money is. That's why I see money is. Of course, there should be mende in the soup, but it should not be as total dry as that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Amazing. Now let's beam our searchlight on the women themselves. Right?
Okay.
I try as much as I can not to make this
They'll
about
come for
the
you.
agenda, but you see, we have to be very sincere and realistic in our approach to these issues. Now,
Okay.
how many women, can comfortably, overlook the inability of their men to provide and probably try to fill up the gap? You just made mention of the need for both parties, to be financially relevant in the relationship.
Yeah.
But in most cases, especially in this part of the world, we see a situation where, a lot of women don't even pull their weight. They don't even feel like, they should be financially relevant in the relationship. They feel like it's the responsibility of their man to take care of them. So all they just need to do is, sit back, relax, and, enjoy the baby girl lifestyle. What do you make of that?
We have different women with different categories and different mindsets. I always want to think that every woman has a bit of that character you mentioned, but some persons just have a way to suppress it and say, okay, I'll allow it. They have different tolerance level. You see a girl tell you that you have to place me on a salary. If you are dating me for a relationship, you have to be on a salary. That is what works for her. And you still see another girl that tell you, I don't want any bit of your money. Don't spend any money on me. And you still see another girl that
Big question. How many of such ladies exist
They
nowadays?
do. They may not come out open to you because they know people may take them for granted. And sometimes when they experience these guys that take them for granted, it makes them now go into their shell to say, okay, now I'm not going to be wicked. They not develop this mindset. And of course, society will always tell you, no trust man, no. You go to trust man,
Man
blah,
will
blah,
stain
blah.
your white, huh?
Man, no, we're not just stain white.
We don't stain white, by the
We don't
way.
stain white, no. You have boys. Boys do stain white, and that's why this is not
Yeah,
a
true.
boys
That's the difference
show.
between men and boys.
Yeah, it's not a boys show. So real men themselves are always responsible. Even if we're not perfect beings, okay? But then you should be able to own up to responsibility. Now your question, you said how many women out there will be to stay with a man? There are a lot of women out there. Our mothers, okay, we don't know about this generation now or the next generation, but our mothers are a good example because when I look back and say, okay, this was what they were going through now, I'm an adult.
Yeah.
Oh, and she's still,
And
they manage
level
like
of
this.
sacrifices they made, just to make their homes work. back
Yeah, and you see some stories on social media, they'll tell you, when this man was approaching me, he was riding a bicycle. There was one that guy there's always that
Yeah,
story.
true.
So it just tells you that they were not after the money, they were after what they were saying, character.
But it seems like
all
the
of that.
narratives are, changing, especially as regards this generation.
Yes, now money is now like everything. Even you see the worst part of it is that you see parents will tell you, don't try to.
Even parents.
Don't say, yeah, they'll tell their children, the girl's child, they'll say, don't try, don't tell me that it's because of this. Ensure that the guy is loaded.
Boxed up.
If he's not loaded, don't bring him home. I've heard stories like that. I've seen a friend of mine that told me that was what the girlfriend told him. And it really affected the relationship. Even if there was love, they could not proceed further because now he cannot even go because he wasn't really, it's not as if he's broke. He has a car, he was driving a vehicle, but he was still staying in rent. They wanted someone that was boxed up and a do sort of. So this therefore pushed the girl out there to say, okay, you're not my kind of person and I want to please my parents and I want to really get out of the street. I want to really get married. Some persons now fall into different categories of, eloping with their partners. Some people will now be miserable, having to go and, look for what is not there. Now we are removing love from the picture. So of course, there are women out there that are still ready to stay with a man rather, without you having, all the sufficient thing. But then just have the basic. Just be hardworking. Don't be lazy. I think that's a prerequisite for having that kind of woman in your life. If you're that man out there and there's a woman like that in your life, I think the best thing for you to do is just try not to be lazy. Try not to be, try to give an assurance, try to ensure that you are working on something. Try to go out there. It can be devastating. It can be like that movie, we've seen a lot of times. It can push you to a point where you're like, okay, I'm going to, break bad, or I'm going to do this, but then still keep on trying. And that I think would really help in a relationship. Because women, when they see they are trying, they are happy. But when you're just there, lazy, they get to feel that you don't
Awesome. Get something doing. Do not be lazy. Have a vision. Women are attracted to vision. They're attracted to, I'm talking responsible women though. I'm not talking about slay queens, and baddies. In case you're just joining us, it is the Guys Hangout show on independent television. And tonight we're discussing what men bring to the table, what men have to offer in a relationship other than money. Now, Momo, another question I would like to ask is something you made mention of, in your train of thought a while ago. Okay. You talked about other things that a man can offer, other than money. Now, in what ways do you think a man can provide emotional support, to his partner?
One of the biggest emotional support that a man can provide is being there, listening. Just listen to them. There's something I learned recently. Women remember a lot. They rarely forget. A woman that loves you, she really forgets what happened or what you told her or what's this. So
they take record.
Yeah, a lot. They are they are very, their memory is always there. But you will forget. You forget you said something about this.
Especially
that's not you said
details you might think are not even relevant.
I'm telling you, that's not what you said. You said it was blue, and the blue it had a white stripe somewhere. It was blue. I thought it was green. No, it was blue, and this was why you said it was blue. Okay, you win. So be there for her, listen to her. Even when there's no money, even when she complains to you, she wants to get this thing for herself, she wants to get this skincare product or however, or there's a pressing need in the house, try your best. If it's something that you can, reach out to friends for help, be there. At least show a little bit of assurance to make her understand that you are there for her. Emotional support can also come from protect and conceal our shame. Don't have to now start saying
provide security
for her. Don't she may have some things that she would share with you. Don't go and start sharing out with people out there. Or help her.
There should be some level of confidence.
Confidence that you must imbibe in your woman. Okay, and also of course even if, like I said, making her laugh is an emotional support. Humor. Just have a good set of humor. Don't try to always bring up quarrels. With women, they say women we rarely say sorry. Try to say sorry. Talk to her in a sweet way. Be sweet to her. It's your partner. I mean, it's someone you are saying we are in this together. Unless it's not anyone you are serious with. You are in this with me together. I mean, your fight is my fight and your love is my love. Whatever we're doing together, we should be that emotional. They say you need to tell a woman she's beautiful. She sees it, believes it. They know they are beautiful. Yeah. But they still require you to tell them.
Need the validation.
They know you love them, but they still require you to tell them. Why? Before they end that call, they'll say you have not said it so. Yeah, even if they know you've married them in the house, you have kids with them, and they still tell you that I've not heard it. It's been a while you told me. But you don't require such from that before, because man will just know, logical. So they are emotional beings. Try and come to their emotional side, and it doesn't make you less of a man. Don't see yourself say, be that person for your woman. And of course, they would definitely, a real man out there will appreciate it. I know that.
Word, amazing. So let's talk about providing security in more practical terms now. I've seen situations where a man tries to be that man, that provides security, that protects, and then in some cases, his woman sees him as being overprotective. For example, I think I've made reference to this a couple of times, even on the radio version of the Guys Hangout show, where your woman comes to you, for instance. I'm trying to give a scenario, right? And she tells you she's going on a night out with her friends, her girlfriends, and then you tell her, okay, but I don't like what you're wearing. It's inappropriate, right? You can't go out like this. And she insists because her friends like it. And of course, the reason you're doing that is not because you're trying to, boss over her, but because you know very much that there are so many predators out there, people who might want to take advantage of her. And you're not just saying it, you're saying it from experience. Right? And in most cases, the man is more experienced in this thing. You're already laughing.
It's from experience.
Right? No, experience in the sense that, okay, you may have seen one or two women.
Okay, not that you have done it.
No, not you, not personal experience.
Okay,
not personal experience. Now, he is telling you not to go, but you insist on going, only for you to go with your friends and, get probably assaulted or harassed by someone. And then your friends now start calling him to come be a man. Be a man in terms of come protect her. Whereas the protection actually
fight for her,
so to speak. Do you understand? Whereas the protection actually started
from the house.
Where he told you not to go. So what do you make of that? How do you handle this as a man?
For both parties, you must listen to your partner, because that's something that I know that, like I said, we're still going back to listening. Okay, now if you claim you love me so much, and I give an advice to certain things about you, you know when when you start seeing signs that your man really love you, certain things you just share that you don't like about her. Whilst you're dating her, you say, I don't like this thing about you. The way you put on this makeup, I prefer if you do it like this. And slowly you just see that she just start adapting to that thing in your way because she wants to please you. So telling your woman that maybe she did not know, oblivious. Maybe she just wore a jumpsuit that is, revealing some part of her shapes of her body, and she feels it's just natural because she's using it before. But now maybe she's added and she's not.
And then you try to,
and you say, okay, no, put on something, this, and all of that, and she still insists that she's going to go that. That man does not listen to you. There's no respect there because now you're saying I'm not comfortable because they would hold it against you if you try to go out with the endless shirt and you say, okay, I want to flex my muscles and they'll tell you.
So what are you?
I don't want you to. What are you showing those things to?
True.
I want to. I'm driving to go and buy bread at this mall. No. Please wear a shirt. If you dare leave without wearing a shirt, it's quarrel for 1 week. That's single act. So if you say you're my woman and I tell you that I don't feel comfortable in this, and let's assume I like what you're wearing because some men can be very, you know what I mean. They can like their woman to just go out there and look sexy and all of that. So if you now do that,
one of such men?
Yeah, I am. Actually, I am. I like mama to always.
I thought I should clarify.
It's true. I am. So if you now do that, if the person will not do that, and you now get into an assault outside whilst you're not there, of course you have to go be the man. You have to go. I don't want to say the things. You have to go be the man over there. You know, it's.
So do you think it's right for to expect that man after trying to play his part at first, right? After
no, for that reason I disagree.
Would you encourage the man to go be the man?
If I was the man in that situation and I tell the woman, okay, don't wear this particular outfit, and you still insist on wearing it, and you left the house and you went to the place, and you got assaulted. If I love you so very much, and if you're my wife, if I love you, I will go there, of course, and I will try and handle the situation and see if I can talk to the person that you shouldn't have done that, or if I need to press charges, press charges. But I'll just ignore you. I'm just doing that because of our partnership. Because it's not just your name; it's staining. It's also staining my white. Now you are staining my white, so I wouldn't want you to also stain my white. So I just do that. But then I'm not happy with you. I'm disappointed in you because if you are listening to me, this would not happen. But then it's not every time you know. So if she listens to me and she goes out and denounces, that one is even worse. I'll be the man and be the man.
Be the man and be the man.
Yeah.
Okay, a quick one. What unique perspectives can men bring to problem solving in relationships? Like, brand new, ingenious perspectives that men could bring to problem solving. Like the problem you just raised now. It's a problem.
It's a problem.
You understand? So how do you solve it without necessarily falling out with your partner?
How do you solve the problem, like in terms of confronting someone?
Yes, confronting, let's say, just like, in this last scenario I just painted.
Okay.
She flouted your rule.
Okay.
You told her not to wear it. She wore it. And then something went wrong. How do you bring it up? Because for some men, they wouldn't, let it slide.
I'm a talker. I like to talk. I like to communicate. Okay, I like to talk about every single thing that you may think does not matter.
Okay.
Some persons now say you nag. No, I'm not nagging.
That's the problem. I mean, if every time a man tries to talk,
they'll say you nag because they don't want to listen.
Yes.
When women don't want to listen to your talk, when sometimes you are saying some truth to them and it's getting to them, they'll tell you that you don't talk too much. You talk like a man. Calm down. Don't talk too much. Forget it. It's not that deep.
Yeah.
It's not that deep. But if it's your own case, it's deep. So if you want aura for aura, let's really practice it. I'm going to give you that attention. I'm going to listen to you, but then you should also listen to me too. So the best way to handle such a thing is to talk to the woman and say, okay, this is what I feel that happened so and so day or is happening that I'm not comfortable with, and I felt the need to also let you know. So what do you think about it? And you're not consigning me. No. That person is not your woman. That person is just passing phase with you. But anybody that would want to listen to you to say, okay, now I understand this. Okay, see, I'm going to try my best to see how I would work on this, and I'm going to try my best to see what I can do about this whole thing. That person wants to work with you. That person is a partner. So I think the best way to go around this is to talk to the person, try your best to understand what, maybe you may not be seeing from their own perspective. Switch sides and say, okay, maybe this is why she wants to wear this cloth or this outfit over there. So see it from my own perspective. Listen to understand, not listen to argue. And above all, just be a human being. Yeah, I think that helps me a lot.
Be a human being. Thank you so much, Momo. Now, as we begin to wrap things up, because time is basically not our friend on this program.
Always not our friend.
In what ways do you think a man can build himself? Because you see, that's basically what this program is about.
Okay.
The Guys Hangout program is, aimed at making men better. Okay, so back to the question, back to the topic. What do men have to offer other than money in a relationship? Men who feel like this particular guy in our story, what do you think they can do to develop themselves, just so they can be more relevant, in life or in a relationship?
Work on your self-esteem. That guy is suffering from low self-esteem, and he's having an inferiority complex issue also, because he's not equating himself, his love for his woman to the brotherly love. You can never match that. You can even have some persons even married. Whilst married, their brother still send them money. Are you not going to say, my wife, don't send her any money anymore? No, you don't do that. The father still sends her money. It's your money now. It's even lessening the the baggage for you. So work on your self-esteem. Try to be an hardworking man. Listen to your woman a lot, because sometimes we may not also see or understand what they are saying, but I don't know, they are different beings. And sometimes if men actually listen to their woman, it helps the relationship. It helps whatever you are having. Okay, because it's not everything you listen that they are emotional based, of course. It's not everything you take in probably, but listen to them and filter what you want to filter and make the decision as a man. Be proactive, be manly, be respectful. Try your best to give what you would want. Don't give what you don't want. Okay, and also accept what you feel that you would give to the other person. Okay, what I wouldn't do to you, I wouldn't expect you to do it to me also. Stand by that rule. Be trustworthy. Do not cheat on her. Try your best not to tell lies, because when you tell a lie, they would still catch you. Trust me, we're not good at this area. That's one area I know. Men can tell lies, but don't try and make that man tell a lie again. It would add salt, and if a woman is that attentive, it would catch on to that lie.
All right, thank you so much, Momo. That was a very, very good way to end the show.
What will I say? The preach?
Yeah, I mean, the preaching is needed, because you see, a lot of guys actually do need a lot of preaching with the way things are going. Imagine the kind of mentality that the guy in this story has, for example.
Yeah.
Imagine thinking that you are useless just because you can't provide, financially. Well, it's very important that you develop yourself. Like he said, work on your self-esteem, and also, work on yourself intellectually. Emotionally speaking, you have to be, relevant in your relationship. For example, your woman is going through, some sort of emotional downturn. She expects you to, man up and provide that substance that she needs, at that moment. Else, your place in that relationship is just, it's as good as useless. All right. So as much as you can, try to be very, very relevant. Beyond money. Be there for her when she needs you, and also be her protector. Okay, be her protector, protect her, provide security for her, and that way she would love you like never before. It's been the Guys Hangout Show on Independent Television, and I want to say a big thank you to Momo once again for being on the show.
Thank you very much.
All right, my name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, build your self-esteem, and bye for now.